Alrighty, hello. Welcome again to another day of 90 days of web development. This is day number 8. Yesterday, we looked at relative and absolute units, so we'll do a review of that today. What exactly we did? We looked at percentages in CSS, their relative units. Allowed to define sizes, dimensions, and other properties as a proportion of their parent element. So relative units, relate to some other element, or some other property, and so it's interesting to see. There's, it's not so easy to remember everything. EM units, they're relative to the font size of the element. If you're using EMs for the font size property, the size of the text will be relative to the font size of the parent element. And then we also saw that if there's no font size given in that child element, then you reference EM in another attribute, that's going to be referring to the parent element and not to the font size of the of that selected element. And rem units were relative to the root element, which in I guess all of our cases, it's just going to be the HTML element. I guess there's maybe something maybe some future proofing going on there to allow it to have a root that's not an HTML element, that maybe is something else. I don't know. I haven't gotten that far into this, so I'm not sure exactly why it is the HTML element, but that's what it is. Media queries allow us to target specific CSS styles. So I looked at the Responsive Web Design book by Ben Frayne. That's a very cool book. And it's we looked at media queries in there. I gotta change something here so that this screen, I don't have my camera coming up twice. So hang on one second. We're gonna exclude chatting in vertical. I don't know why it was there to begin with. It's so weird. Okay, there we go. That's better. That was fun. Let's see. So media queries allow us to target specific CSS styles depending on the capabilities of a device. We played around with that. That was really fun. Use the media at rule syntax to communicate a media query, and then write the media test in parentheses following that, right? We looked at using the min width and the orientation to determine use a media query to change the style. When we broke out of past a certain minimum width, we could change the color of a background, or we could change the color of text, or we could do whatever we want with styling, which is really cool. It's something to keep in mind, and going to be probably something to use in the future when I create something for my, for both desktop and for mobile. It's very interesting to think about. A shorthand syntax is offered for media queries that apply to all media types. So that we looked at different syntaxes for that. And if you want to check the video, that's all there. You can check out yesterday's video. That was day 7, and that was really fun. So for today, so what do we do? What is this all about anyway? So my name is Kevin. I want to learn web development. I just like learning a whole bunch of stuff, and this is just what I want to learn right now. I would like to contribute to open source projects, and just be more familiar with, be more confident in interacting with websites, source code and stuff. and also to learn styling and stuff so that I can make some cool stuff, cool assets and elements for streaming. A lot of the OBS stuff you can do involves HTML and CSS. You can do some really cool stuff there. So that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, so we're 8 days in, and the format of every day that I've been doing so far has been to do a set number of pomodoros. So we do, so far, the past couple days, I've been doing 5 pomodoros of 24 minutes each, and then take a long break, and then do 5 more pomodoros of 24 minutes each. And that ends up getting us to about 4 hours. And that's great. Yeah, that's enough time to learn a lot and really and not feel too burnt out. So I think so far that's been going good, and I think we're going to continue with that format. So yeah, let's get started with today's content here. We're going to learn, we're going to review our CSS relative and absolute units from yesterday. And let me get the Pomodoro timer up and going. So we will reset the session and we will get the Pomodoro up and going. There's the Pomodoro. And we will start this timer and focus on a review from yesterday and review other stuff. So we have absolute units. I'm going to zoom in, make sure that this is nice and big on my screen, so I can just like sit back, relax, and focus on remembering what we have here. So we'll do a quiz on this on Thursday. And just gonna review the notes, get them, back into recall a little bit, and then just try to solidify that in the brain so that it's committed a little bit better to longer term memory after we do the quiz. So pixels are absolute units. So we have like pixels, inches, centimeters, millimeters. So the Q was quarter millimeters or something like that. You also have picas. I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head now. Picas and points, right? For like font size and stuff like that, right? All right, okay. So pixels are absolute units. They're a fixed size unit of measurement in CSS. They're 1/96th of an inch. And the corollary of that is that an inch is an absolute unit that is equal to 96 pixels. And the centimeters were 25.264ths of an inch. That's not really necessary to remember, I don't think. I think you would probably think about maybe millimeters or something. I've never actually seen them in any code. So I think it comes into play when you are printing. So if you wanted to print if you wanted to print something, you have these two options of imperial units and metric, and you have more more specificity with more granularity with metric than you get with imperial units, that's fine. Picas are also an absolute unit. I have not seen where they're used. Points, obviously, you do this with fonts. So, and this is a very nifty little demonstration of how big the units are. If you have a 40 by 40 pixel unit here, that's equal to, inches are going to be a little bit bigger, right? Centimeters, about smaller than pixels. Millimeters, they're set to being the same. The quarter millimeters, are these the same? Wait a minute. I don't know if they set these up to be about the same. No, they didn't. They didn't really say one or anything like that. So 1 pixel. I think like it would be cooler to see like in terms of 10. So if we looked at 10 pixels, we could do 10 inches is too big, but so pixels, we could look at 1 inch. 1 pixel is that's interesting. It's not supposed to be that small, I don't think. 1 centimeter, 1 millimeter, obviously we could do that. 1/4 millimeter. Is 1/4 of that box, right? And then 1 pica. Whoops. 1 pica. And then 1 point. 1 bourbon, 1 scotch, and 1 beer. There we go. So, pixel, 1 inch. Inches are huge. Centimeter is like almost 1/4 of the inch. It's slightly slightly larger, I guess, than, yeah, slightly larger than 1/4. It's almost like 1/3, I think. And then millimeter, 1/4 millimeters, picas, points. Okay. Relative units, these are things that I was kind of blown away. Like I have never learned these things before yesterday. Really felt like I had a good handle on them. I still don't, actually, but we'll hopefully get there. So relative units allow you to define sizes, dimensions, and other properties as a proportion of their parent element. That's for percentages. So if you set the width as 50% of an element, it'll occupy half the width of its parent container. EM units are units relative to the font size of the element. And again, yep, there's some interesting cases, edge cases and stuff, but like the 3 main ones I discussed are that they're using M's for the font size property. Then it refers to the parent font size of the parent element. And if you use anything else, if you don't use the font size at all, if you don't define a font size for an element, then it defaults to the parent element anyway. So it just gets inherited. I guess that's just kind of the basic way that things happen with inheritance in CSS, and I think we saw that earlier in earlier units, that the which properties are inherited and which aren't, which was something I promptly forgot. But font size is one of them. Rem unit, these units are relative to the font size of the root element, right? So VH stands for viewport height. 1 viewport is 1% of the viewport's height, and 1 VW is the viewport width. All right. Huh, and they're setting, okay, that makes sense. They're setting 10% of the height there. Okay, and then we also saw the calc function. I've used this many times before. You can perform calculations directly within your style sheets to determine property values dynamically. This means that you can create flexible and responsive user interfaces by calculating dimensions based on the viewport size or elements. We also looked at what the syntax and stuff. So you can do a mixed relative unit with you can mix percentages with absolute units, but you need to have one and only one unit. Unless like if you're doing subtraction, I think you can do, I mean, 100 pixels minus 40 pixels would be 60 pixels, so I think that's valid. You have to think about like whether or not you think of the units here as being a variable in algebra, and then so if you're dividing pixels by pixels, the units are canceling there, and so they're going away. And then there's some other things, but I think that's good. I think we're set with that, and we'll just move on and start our pseudo classes. Quiz will be on Thursday, so I like to give a little bit of spacing in between these things, just so that I recall these things. I don't actually just like blow through and then promptly forget the next day. It's like spread out over a couple days at least. That should help me retain that information further on down the line. And so let's see. Yeah, so let's start with this. We have a bunch of like 7 things on theory, so that should take up a good portion of this morning. At least the first 2 or 3 pomodoros here. So we're here. I'll share this with the chat and share a link for where we are. And yeah, so what are pseudo classes? How do they work? How do pseudo classes work? What do pseudo classes do? How do they work? Who's your daddy? What does he do? We done with the intro and we're done with that? Okay, and done with the review. So we are getting started. Let me also share this. A link there, and my title here for today is pseudo classes. Pseudo classes and elements. It's day 8. Okay, here we go. So CSS pseudo classes are special keywords that allow us to select an element based on its specific state or position. So that's a pretty good definition. We're going to want to make a note of that. We'll just do that. And let you select an element based on its specific state or position. Interesting. So elements, state, or position. I didn't think about like position. When it's active, so we saw that with links, an active, like a link actively being clicked on, and then when you hover over with your mouse, when it's the first child of a parent, that's an interesting thing. So is that position or is that state? I think that's related to state. I'm not sure what they mean by position. Position on the screen or something like that, or something else. Position in the HTML. When it's the last child of a parent, when a link has been visited, right? We've seen those. When it's disabled. To use a pseudo class, you can add to the selector using the colon. So followed by the name of the pseudo class. So the way that you do this, okay, so this is interesting. I'm gonna actually write a little code here, and we'll just say it's gonna be CSS. And if we have a selector and our pseudo class, we then define our CSS properties inside of here. And that's how we do that. There we go. I think that'll work. Yeah, I think that works. Okay. I don't know how. I think I need spacing from there. Oh. There we go. No? Okay, yeah, from there. Okay, I think that works. Yeah. It's getting used to Obsidian again. So, let's see how we can use pseudo class to represent each of the states and positions we've already mentioned. The active pseudo class lets us select the active state of an element, like clicking on a button. So when we're actively clicking on the button, we're changing the style. So we're removing the rounded border. We're just doing square border. It looks like we're thickening the width of the border edge, and we're changing the background color. Background green, yellow, and that's interesting that it actually changes by itself. There's styles that are changing by itself. So that's weird to me. That we would be having that happen. So the hover pseudo class, then when you hover over it, we're changing the color so that it contrasts with the background that we change to crimson there. Okay, yep. And then the first child. So we have active hover. So maybe I should like take a note of these. Large active. We'll take a look at pseudo classes here. Okay. Active, we have hover. We have first child. First child. Now that's separate than taking because when you're trying to select with the usual selectors, you're doing all of the children and not just the first child, right? So okay. There was something that I was trying to do using that, and I did some really funky syntax that it was basically the same as using this element. So the first child pseudo class selects an element that is the first child of its parent element. Here's an example of targeting the first paragraph element in a div container. Nice. Okay, so you're targeting the first element, and we're using less padding. How about we use more padding? Not padding, more padding. You're a Paddington. The first child of the container, right? So it should be container first child, or P first child. Okay. First child of its parent element. Okay, so it's the first paragraph element in a div container. In a div. So I'm guessing, can we do this as a different thing? So can we do this as a different list? Let's see if we can use this with lists. So if I do list item here, list item there, oh, we should close these. You know, item 1, item 2, and we'll just oh, there we go. Now, if I call this my list, or if I can just call it list, right? Or I could say unordered list. And I don't have class for those other ones. I could just maybe say LI, the first child, and I do a background of let me do my really deep blue. Yeah, there we go. And then I do the color as my that's fine, I guess. Forget what it was. E8? Something like that. Something like that. That's fine though. Okay, so I can target, you know, list items that way as well. So I'm looking at my unordered list and then just the first child of that. So here's the thing though. So you're looking at like all descendants here, all descendants that fit this. So if we were doing this without the selector, it would select all of them. Now, if you set this I just want the first child of that. Okay. How about this one though? Does this exist? No, it does not. Second child does not exist. That would be an interesting thing. Okay, so that doesn't work. What about nth child? Oh, you can do last child too. Look at this. You can do last child in there. How about nth child? Child 2. Interesting. So it can't start with a number. Yeah, interesting. So first child will work. Should be nth child. There should be one like that. Just have more control. So we have first child, we have last child. And visited, we have a visited one. That's not gonna that's for links though, I think, right? That's specifically for links. Anchor. Yeah, and anchor elements. We have disabled, so I should say for links. We also have for buttons. Interactive elements, we have disabled. So interactive elements, we have that. I think, are there other interactive elements that you can do? So over a button or a link is for that. Hover works for interactive elements. Links might be interactive elements. I think that's specifically whether or not you visited a link is, or like visited should be only for link elements or anchor elements. So you can disable the button with that. All right, so when we come back, let's finish this up, this little section here. Okie dokie, let's reset that timer because I took a little bit too long getting back here. So let's start back from there. Okay, we're looking at pseudo classes, and they let you style elements based on your user interactions, like hovering or visiting a link. Makes the website feel a lot more interactive. Apart from the pseudo classes already mentioned, there are others like focus, first of type, focus, which is something I definitely need to do. First of type. So are we going to talk about any of these ones? Because we have last of type. Let's type last of type. How about nth of type? Nth of type is a thing. Nth of type is a thing, not let's go back up here. I think that there were other ones. I think we can do this. Where did I have my this one? I think we can do nth child. I think that was a thing, wasn't it? Yes, it is, but you got to pass it along some things. Yes, okay. You can do it that way. Okay, I have seen that. I've seen people do that. Okay, so there is some other. There are some other things. Modal. Okay, we might need to take a look at that one. Enabled. Not sure what that's for. Checked for like checkboxes. I bet. Required. More. Okay. So what does the hover pseudo class do? Of course, it's going to select an element when it's being hovered over by a mouse. Pseudo classes are special keywords that let you select an element based on its state or position, and the disabled pseudo class styles an element when it's disabled, of course. There we go. And so we're 1/7 of the way done. We got at least with these ones. Okay. What are examples of element user pseudo classes in action? User action. Wait. Element user action pseudo classes. Interesting. Element user action pseudo classes. User feedback is a crucial element of design, of web design. For instance, it's important for users to receive visual clues when they interact with elements on a website, such as hovering over a button or clicking a link. This feedback helps users understand the state of interactive elements, like indicating whether a link has been visited or not. So user action pseudo classes in CSS are special keywords that allow you to provide this kind of feedback without needing JavaScript or other programming languages. So we'll just we'll copy and paste that, but that's going to be because we're pronouns not referring to anything there. Allow you to provide feedback without needing JavaScript or other programming languages. So that's what that is. And so what I'll do, I'll actually put this here. So some pseudo classes, we'll do that there. And I'll just move this up here. And we'll just save that like that. Okay. These pseudo classes include hover, active, focus, and visited, among others. They enable you to change the appearance of elements based on user interactions, improving the overall user experience. So we'll dive into some of the user action pseudo classes we have and see how they work. The active pseudo class applies styles when an element is activated by the user. For example, when the user clicks a button or a link, provides immediate visual feedback showing users their actions are being recognized. Right. You better recognize the user is interacting. Gotta clean my glasses here. Got this big smudge right in the middle, making everything look a little distorted there. It's just very subtle too. Oh, it's a little bit better. So the hover pseudo class is triggered when a user hovers over an element with their mouse or other pointing device. Developers often use it to create visual feedback for buttons, links, or any element that should respond to user attention. Here's a button a user would hover over before clicking. I do find it interesting. So this is native. Like this is a native button, right? That native button. And we're overriding the styles on that. Somehow it's not taking the native styling for the border, right? Because we could take a border radius and we could add like an even wilder thing, or we could do like 10% of the font size or so. Yeah, that looks terrible. At 20%. Well, that's so funny. Why is that? Why is that? Like if we did 10 pixels, pixels are better. For some reason the percentage doesn't work. It does like border radius top and left and right or whatever. So that's interesting. That is interesting that it doesn't import the styles. It doesn't inherit the styles from the button itself. So if we got rid of all of this and we just hovered over, or I just changed it to a pointer. We just changed it to pointer. Weird. Okay, so it does with that, but if we add, and so I mean, I bet if we do the color. Wait, why is the color not? Okay, hang on a second. Color changes to that, but if we change the background color, now it changes the border as well. That's so weird. Why does it do that? The focus pseudo class applies styles when an element gains focus, typically through keyboard navigation or when a user clicks into a form input. This is not just for feedback, but also crucial for accessibility. It ensures that users who rely heavily on keyboards can easily identify which element they are interacting with. So here's an example of a input field that gains focus when clicked or navigated to via the keyboard. So if we tab into this, now we see the outline and the border radius and all that. So tab in. Oops. So we're in the wrong. Okay. If we Okay, that's weird. So we can tab into it. I can't, like, if I tab back out, that okay, there we go. When it's in focus, you get that highlighted thing there. Okay, visited pseudo class targets a link the user has visited. This can be useful for helping users distinguish between pages they have already visited and the ones they are yet to visit. Here's an example of changing the anchor text color to cyan when the link is visited. So we already visited that before the example.com. Is that an actual website? It maybe is. The domain is for use in documentation examples without needed permission. Avoid use in operations. It's funny. The checked pseudo class in CSS allows you to style form elements such as checkboxes and radio buttons when they are selected or checked, and this pseudo class is useful for customizing the appearance of these elements to enhance user experience, even though browsers provide default styles for them. So here's an example of checkbox to agree to a terms of service on a website. Okay, whatever. It's just, sure, agree. Just give you an example. Some of the CSS in this example uses properties that haven't been covered yet, so this is just to give an idea. Yeah, so it's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff going on here with these other, I think this is a pseudo element then. After it's checked, could be checked during or something, I don't know. Okay. So in this example, we are using the appearance property set to none to remove the default styling applied to the browser to checkbox inputs. When the user checks the box, it will have a background of green. And other examples of action pseudo classes are focus within. So we'll take a look at action. Okay, so some pseudo classes, maybe we'll do this focus within, and we'll move that up to here. And then we have disabled and enabled. I know that we already did that. Target is one that I've seen before, actually, right? So target for applying styles to an element that is the target of a URL fragment, like the part of a URL after the hashtag symbol, which we use in Markdown a lot, right? To reference within the document, you know, different sections based on the header. What do user action pseudo classes allow you to do? They enable animations and transitions. No, not really. Okay, so they let you provide feedback to the user without relying on JavaScript. What does the checked pseudo class do? Well, it styles checkboxes and radio buttons that are checked. The focus one then, you know, apply styles when an element gains focus. See, like, I don't know. It always seems to be the longest. The answer is the longest option, most verbose option. You can support free code camp if you so like. I definitely encourage it. It's a very worthy project here to bring coding material, learning materials to millions, and for free, you know. And they allow, you know, they allow me to bring this to you, and they make these materials so that, like, you can use these in classes, you can use these in anywhere, so long as you're not like seeking a profit for a course or something. So that's yeah, I definitely encourage donating to them. If you'd like to donate to me, you can donate to my Ko-fi. I have a Ko-fi at Kevin Weatherbox, I think, is my Ko-fi. I think that's my Ko-fi. Let me just see if that's correct. I should set this up. Yes, there it is. Okay, so that does work. I should set this up in my in this here. Let's do actions chat. We'll send a just duplicate this, and what I'll do is send a Ko-fi link. Send a Ko-fi link, and we'll just change the message here. Any and all donations are definitely appreciated. Can be as little as, I think, $3. I'm not sure. I think it could go down to $2. Anything is anything helps, and but the main thing is to watch. Main thing always is to just watch. Let's build community. Let's chat in the chat, and just engage with the community. That's all. So the appearance. So what are examples of input pseudo classes? That's what we're looking at here. So the appearance and behavior of input elements matter when building web forms. A form with inputs that respond to user actions goes a long way in improving user experience, and it should not cause confusion or frustration. CSS provides several input pseudo classes that can make your forms more intuitive and user friendly. Let's look at these pseudo classes in detail. So the focus pseudo class allows you to target an input element. So we saw that before. This helps users easily identify where they are typing. So in the input elements, input hover. So triggered when the user places the cursor over an element. Very helpful. The example above, the input element background changes to an orange color when the user hovers over it and letting them know that the field is ready for interaction. The checked pseudo class lets you style the radio button or checkbox differently when you select it. This is the same as what we did before. Only we're using an input element and we're just calling it that, I think. I think what we did before was a button and the type was checkbox. I think. I could be wrong. Required targets input elements that have the required attribute. Oh gosh, what happened here? Okay. Oh, because it's bringing up my Bitwarden thing. It's funny. Changing the background styling. It signals to the user that they must fill out the field to submit the form. Here's an example with a form that has some required input fields. Very nice. And if you select and do that, so there are like ways to, yeah, so in your HTML you mark it as required there, and then in the CSS we put input styling only the inputs that are required. When validating forms, you can use valid pseudoclass to style the input fields that meet the validation criteria and invalid to style the input fields that do not meet the criteria. Typically, you will use green for a valid input and red for an invalid input. Cool. Wait, so valid input, if I put like something at somewhere.com, that's a valid one, right? And then if it's not valid, then it just doesn't show anything, right? So cool. Example of invalid the .com .j works, okay, because you have a top level domain and then you have a lower level domain. That's pretty fun. At the .com. Okay, that's nifty. Disabled allows you to select and style inputs that are disabled. These elements have the disabled attribute, which prevents users from interacting with them. When an input is disabled, it cannot be clicked, focused, or edited. Here's an example of a label and disabled input element. In the CSS, we are targeting the disabled input and giving it a background color of light gray and changing the cursor pointer to not allowed. The cursor not allowed CSS property value changes the appearance of the cursor to indicate that the action is not permitted. Cursor not allowed. You change the cursor, yeah. When applied to an element, it shows a cursor with a circle / symbol, usually a circle with a diagonal line through it, to signal to users that the element is not interactive or cannot be clicked or interacted with. Here are some other elements or examples of input pseudoclasses and what they do. We have autofill, which applies styles to input fields that the browser automatically fills with saved data. Optional. Interesting. So we have input. So let's look at some input. Autofill. Optional. So we looked at required and those things. In range. And out of range. Lots of elements here. Valid and invalid, in range and out of range. Required. Yeah, cool. Okay, so we can get rid of this one. And checked autofill modal, that's fine. So the focus pseudoclass, again, allows us to style an input when it's selected or clicked. It allows you to automatically submit a form. Well, wait a minute. I think it's when it's selected. Right. Valid and invalid pseudoclasses, they provide different styles for inputs based on whether they meet the validation criteria. Just go directly to the longest. Oh, God. Which pseudoclass allows you to style input fields that must be filled out before form submission? Required. And then when we come back, we'll work on looking at examples of location pseudoclasses. Okay, what are examples of location pseudo classes? Let's get started. So many pseudo classes, so many. We really got to start start playing around with these to understand what the hell they do. So let's see. We got to use them in a project here. Let's see. Location pseudo classes are used for styling links and elements that are targeted within the current document. That's something to remember here. We'll put that up over here in our notes. Okay. Okay, dokie. Style links and elements targeted within the current document. Location. Okay. Within the current document. So that's what they mean. It's not the location on the screen, right? Or position on the screen. Is that what we were talking about with position? I don't remember. They offer a way to apply styles based on whether a link is visited or whether an element is currently in focus. Example of location pseudoclasses: link visited, any link, local link, target. Take a deeper look at each of these pseudoclasses. Link pseudoclass allows you to target all unvisited links on a web page. You can use it to style links differently before the user clicks on them. For example, you might want to make all unvisited links blue, or make them your primary color. In this case, any link the user hasn't clicked yet will appear magenta. Once the user clicks the link style no longer applies, and the visited pseudoclass takes over. Visited pseudoclass comes into play after the user clicks the link, so you can use it to target links the user has already clicked. Here's an example of changing the visited link state to the color purple. The visited pseudoclass helps users distinguish between links they have visited and those they have not. The any link pseudoclass is a combination of link and visited pseudoclasses. So it matches any anchor element with an href attribute, regardless of whether it's visited or not. That's weird. So an example, changing the link color for the any link pseudoclass to crimson. The local link pseudoclass targets links that point to the same document. It can be useful when you want to differentiate internal links from external ones. Currently, no browser supports the local link pseudoclass, though. Okay, well, currently, let's see if they're... Are you correct on that? Are you correct? Let's verify. I'll trust, but I'm going to verify here. I'll trust they're correct. But we're going to make sure. Let's see. Can I use... And I should be able to do this. Can I use local link? See if we can use it. No results. Focus within CSS pseudoclass. So it doesn't even show up. Because we can search for the other ones, right? We can search for like visited. Can I use? Yeah, okay, so we can use that there. It's interesting. So local link. It's somewhere in the specification somewhere, but it's not listed here. Why even mention this? This sounds like why. Did it used to be the case? I don't think so. It probably would have showed up in here. Okay, yeah, I don't know why they would even mention that then. Target pseudo class selects an element that matches the current URL fragment identifier. For example, section 1. It's very useful for pages with in-page navigation. And so section target. So, okay, what's going on here? So with the section, targeting section 1 is what you want to do. You have section target. Targets the section where the user navigates to. Okay. Interesting. Okay. That's fun. So presumably when you click on this, like looking at the lower, looking at the URL, there's this hash section 1 at the bottom there. It's very hard to see at the bottom, and I don't know if I can scroll it down there. Let me see if I can roll down to here. Okay, I'm gonna roll down to here. Lock here. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. Oh my gosh. Okay, that locks it. Now if I'm up over here. So you see that like hashtag section 1 and then hashtag section 2 when what I'm doing is I'm hovering over the other things. So you're going to a different like web page, like the URL is actually going to change and have this hash section 2 at the end of it when you select that, and so it's targeting. So whichever section you're targeted, it'll do that. It'll apply the styles. Interesting. Very interesting thing. Okay. Selects the element that's very there. So this is, I've seen this done before, and I think maybe let's add this note here. Maybe that might be the case in Wikipedia. When you like click on something in Wikipedia within the, let's go back to the lorem ipsum here. And actually, let's pop this out over here. Oops. There we go. So when you like scroll to these things and you click on that, so now we're changing this style. We're showing that we're here, and yeah, so you're changing the link thing there. So if we look at the dev tools, I bet that we could see that's what's going on. So let's look for something with a target. So if I inspect this element, we can see no, that's using the visited. It's using visited as that within a media query. Media screen. I don't even know what that means. Why are they, like, I thought that was redundant. They said it was redundant. But maybe it's just something you need to do in order to invoke a media query, but why would you need it? Okay. Yeah, so we have this vector table of contents text, and there's this link here, but I don't see. Oh, the table of contents link, yes, and then the source text there, that targets that. So they're just saying that it's visited, but the thing is, it's also active, right? Bold font, display block, break word break. Yeah, I don't see where it would be. I don't think there's a targeted thing here. So vector table of contents. So maybe this is just old. Maybe they're just old things, because I think maybe... No, this is a pretty primitive thing. It's been around for a while. For a long, long time. Why wouldn't they be using it, though, in this context? It seems like that's what I would use. And there's no pseudo class saying target, so they must be changing this style based on JavaScript, right? So the JavaScript might be handling that. Huh? That's okay. What are some things I can look at? Network and look at what's there, and then we can just like reload. Oops, come back to that there, and we can see what JavaScript is there. Load PHP. Okay, and they have this. I wonder if we can format this. We didn't format this. My gosh, there's... Yeah, it's all white spaces removed. Or at least unnecessary white space. Well, yeah, like, yeah. The only white space is within strings, and funny. I don't know. It's interesting to me. So you could do it without JavaScript, but it seems like what they are doing is they're using JavaScript. Oh, you know why? That's why they're just using it. They're just using it based on like where you scroll to, and then they show you the. So these are the breadcrumbs, and we talked about those. in we talked about those recently, but I can't remember if that was in the React course or if that was in this. Interesting, very interesting. Yeah. Okay. So this matches the target matches the URL fragmenter. So you can do it that way, or you can, like, if you're okay, well, whatever. When are location pseudo classes particularly useful? Go to the longest one. When applying styles based on whether a link is element is currently in focus. Let's read all of them. When styling elements based on their sibling relationships. That's not what we're looking at, right? So when styling elements based on their parents' elements attributes, no. Yeah, these are all just whether or not a link is focused, I guess. Which pseudo class is designed to target links that point to the same document but is not currently supported by any browser or local link? Why even mention it? Okay. Not supported. It's not even in caniuse.com. So funny. Okay. Tree structural pseudo classes. What are they? And we're going to look at some examples. So tree structural pseudo classes allow you to target and style elements based on their position in the document tree. And so the document tree refers to the hierarchical structure of elements in the HTML document. You know, parents and children and whatnot. Tree structural pseudo classes. We have root, we have empty, nth child, nth last child, going from the reverse ordering, first child, last child, only child. Oh my god, the verbiage on this is insane. Nth of type, first of type, last of type, only of type. First of her name, last of her name, only of her name. Let's take a closer look at each of the tree structural pseudo classes accompanied for examples. I do want to take a look at some of these. So we will look at tree structural. So we have root, we have empty. We did look at nth of type and stuff. So we'll look at, we'll bring nth of type down to this one here. And we also have first of type. So first of type, last of type. So we'll do first of type, nth of type, last of type. There we go. We also have only of type. So we also have first, yeah, let's do it in order. First child. Nth child, and you have to actually specify which one in that little function thingy-babby there, the thingy-babby. Nth last child. Last child. Only child. And we have nth of type, first of type, last of type, and only of type. Okay. Fun. take a look at those. And then so the root pseudo class is usually the root HTML element. When is it not? That's what I want to understand. So root is a pretty basic thing. It wasn't supported by Internet Explorer. CSS 3 selectors. Fun. Okay. This is an example of a paragraph to demonstrate the root class, the root pseudo class. Right. Okay. Cool. Okay. It's commonly used in setting CSS variables. So you set your main font, primary variable, secondary variable, and then you use those throughout your whatchamacallit. With CSS variables, you get to store values and reuse them in your style sheet. You'll learn more about these later on. And so empty elements, that is elements with no children other than white space, are also included in the document tree, and that's why there's an empty pseudo class to target empty elements. For example, this HTML code has 2 empty list items. With empty pseudo class, you can style the empty lists differently. Interesting. So with empty list items, or if it's just an empty thing. Okay, interesting. So I imagine that you could do this with other stuff too. So if I do a new div and do this, so we're going to go on break in a second, but it's only empty list items. Yeah, I'm not sure. Is it only empty list items? How about if we do a span, an empty span? Okay, we could do like a horizontal rule or something. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. Okay, so I was looking a little bit more into this. The empty pseudo class represents an element that has no children except optionally document white space characters. In terms of the document tree, only elements and nodes of content and content nodes, such as DOM text nodes and entity references, whose data has a non-zero length, must be considered as affecting emptiness. Comments, processing instructions, and other nodes must not affect whether an element is considered empty. P empty is a valid representation in the following HTML, but the div empty is not. So if I did P empty, wait. If I just do it like this, if I just do it like that, let's see if I can do something else. Let's put something else here. We'll do an HR here. So if we put something after this, no. Weird. What about a space inside of here? No? No. Okay. Level 2 and level 3 of selectors. Yeah, I don't get it. So... Huh, that's weird. What if we did it like this? The new div? No. No, with a new div. Something there. Oops. Weird. Okay. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, I don't get it. It's supposed to maybe work, but it works for list items. So that's okay. At least we know it works for that. Just trying to find the limits. I like to break stuff. I like to see where these things are, you know, where they work and where they don't. And I forgot to share this here. Oh, I guess it's the whole, it's the whole thing anyway, whatever. Most practical thing to do with the empty list items is probably not display them at all. Just have them display none. Nth child allows you to select elements based on their position within a parent. So nth child, you could also specify odd or even. Interesting. Very cool. Incredibly useful in styling table cells. Yes. Okay, so you can, you know, you can target specific one to target like where you are in the table. Very cool. Very cool. All act on items within a parent container or the entire document. Or the first child, last child, and only child. So first child, last child. So only child selects the only element in a parent element or the document if it has an only child, right? So What happens if it doesn't? What happens if it doesn't? Elements with no parent. No, let's go back for a second. Open that up in a different tab there. Nth of type. So if an element has no siblings, then you can use that. But like if it doesn't, if it has more, so everything. Okay, so you could highlight things with all where like there's only one sibling or something. So I could do like we do those, or we can do something like background we could do as just say blue. Interesting. Only child works on that, but only, let's see if we do div only child. That doesn't work. P only child. There it is. Okay, so paragraphs that are only children we highlight paragraphs that are only child. So if I add another thing, so if I add something else here, now it goes away, right? Delete it and then it comes back. Okay, yeah. Okay, now if you have one or more unordered lists on the page, you have to be more specific with the selection. Okay, so they're showing how the only child thing works here. HTML example with two separate div elements. One has one child and then the other has two. Pseudo class ensures only the div element with a single child is selected. Alright, first of type and last of type pseudo classes select the first and last occurrence of a specific element type within its parent. They are useful. So paragraph. Oh, come on. No, I don't want to go there. Come on. We gotta go back to the top. Okay, back down here. This is where we were. So we're specifying all in a section. First paragraph of the type and that. What happens if we got rid of this? Ooh. Oh, it's first of type, so it's first paragraph of type and first header of type as well. And then the last one. Would this compete? It would. It would have competing. Yes, it's also the first and the last, but it's the second. Yeah, it's called second, so the specificity is. Got it. Got it. Okay. Right. Okay. Nth of type N allows you to select a specific element within its parent based on its position among siblings of the type. So it targets the second element in the container in this case here. Only if type selects an element if it's the only one of its type within its parent. This can be useful for emphasizing single items. or ensuring that they are styled differently when they're not part of a group. Okay. So there are two div elements, of course, and then just, you know, one has one and the other is two paragraph elements. First of type and last of type pseudo classes. First of type targets the last element of the first element of a specific type within its parent. Targets the last element of a different type. Oh no, it's the same type. Both target the first occurrence. No. Selects the first occurrence of a specific type within its parent, while last selects the last occurrence of the same element type within its parents. What's the difference between first child and last child pseudo classes? First child targets first element. They just renamed these things. Targets the first element within its parent. Last child targets the last element within the same parent. Yes, and it doesn't matter what type it is. Which pseudoclass allows you to target elements that have no children, including those that contain only white space? Empty. There we go. Fun, fun, fun. All right, we're gonna like finish this up, and then we're going to go on lunch. Functional pseudoclasses allow you to select elements based on more complex conditions or relationships. Okay, unlike regular pseudoclasses, which target elements based on state, like hover or focus, functional pseudoclasses accept arguments within parentheses, hence the name functional pseudoclasses. So let's take a look at some of these. We got is, we got has, we got not, we got where. I'll take a deeper look at these functional pseudoclasses with examples. The is pseudoclass is useful when you want to style a group of elements that share some but not all characteristics. For example, you might want to style different types of buttons on your website, including button elements, links styled as buttons, and input elements with types submit and reset. Here's an example representing that. Without the is function, you would have to write a complex selector like this. Type is submit, input, and type. So yeah, so we haven't even talked about these things though. Trying to set these types. Oh, maybe we have. I don't remember. I don't even remember if we did or not. On hover and that. So with the is, you can write more compact and understandable selector. Right, but how? Oh, well, the selector is easier. So for all buttons, A buttons, input things there. So, is that? I mean, is this not just the same thing? Is all of that on hover? So you say, so if you're doing pseudo classes on top of these, then you save a little bit of that. So that you can see that you're selecting the hover the behavior on hover. Yeah, okay. Where pseudo class functions similarly to is, but it doesn't increase the specificity of your selectors. This makes it ideal for applying styles without affecting the specificity of other rules. I need examples for this. You use the where function to apply zero margin and padding to heading elements. It ensures that the reset won't interfere with more specific styles you might apply later. Here's an example. Where H1, H2, and H3, we want different, we want the no margin and no padding. And it won't interfere with more specific styles you might apply later. Okay. Styling a parent element based on its children states was previously challenging until has pseudo class was introduced. It allows you to apply styles to a parent element based on the presence or state of its child elements. For example, the CSS below will only apply to any article element that has an H2 in it. And so we could also change it to H3. Okay. And so what about any element that has a paragraph inside of it? Both of those. So are these as direct descendants? So child elements. So not the children of children, just the children. Okay. And then the not pseudo class is ideal for situations where you want to apply styles to a group of elements, excluding one or more specific exceptions. In the CSS below, any button that is not a primary button will have a gray background. So if it's not a primary button, then you have a gray background. Okay. Or overriding. What happens if we don't have this? Oh, so the default color applies. Okay. Pseudo class works like is, but doesn't add any specificity is where, and then which of these is not a functional pseudo class? First child, obviously. Which pseudo class is perfect for a situation in which you want to apply styles to a group of elements without one or two exceptions? Why is it only one or two? Can't you apply a list? One or more. Why do they say one or two? That's wrong. It should be more exceptions. It's not limited to two. All right, what are pseudo elements and how do they work? One of the most interesting aspects of CSS is the use of pseudo elements. In this context, pseudo means not real. So pseudo elements are virtual or synthetic elements that don't directly match any actual HTML elements. They allow you to style specific parts of the element or insert content without adding extra HTML. So we'll add that as our note. We have tons of notes for today. Lots of new stuff to go over and remember. So to apply a pseudo element, attach it to the original element selector using a double colon. Note that the selector can be any type, such as a class or an ID selector. Here's what the basic syntax of pseudo elements looks like. So you have a selector, pseudo element, and then a property. So we're going to copy like this kind of thing here. Let's do this CSS, and we're gonna have selector, And we have a pseudo element, and then we have our CSS properties here, or we have a property and a value here. Nice. That's the syntax for that. Double colon is what distinguishes pseudo elements from pseudo classes, which use a single colon. Pseudo elements allow you to style specific parts of an element's content or insert content before or after it, but they cannot exist independently. The element to which a pseudo element is attached is called its originating element. Something to remember. Give me something to remember. Unroll that one. Let's start looking at examples before and after pseudo elements. As their name suggests, before lets you insert content just before the element's content, while after lets you insert content after it. I'm probably gonna pause this when we get to the whatchamacallit, because I know that I want to finish this up before we go on lunch. Okay, before and after pseudo elements, their names suggest before lets you insert content just before the element's content, and after lets you insert it after. So here's an example of a button element. In CSS, we will use absolute positioning and the before pseudo element to add a star before the buttons. Learn more text. You will learn more about absolute positioning in future lessons. So before, we can insert content there. Oh, that is handy. That is super handy. I like that a lot. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. That is cool. We can style that so we're not depending on the content to give us this. We're adding that in after the fact with our CSS. So the content property is used to represent the content you wish to add before the button text. So you'll notice that you can not only insert content but also style it. And here's an example of after pseudo element with the same button. Cool, very cool. So in the after pseudo, so you can like insert like SVGs and stuff, I bet, or like insert like images or something, background images and stuff like that. Transition property is used to animate changes over 0.3 seconds with an easing effect, creating a smooth and gradual transformation rather than a sudden one. You will learn more about the transition property in future lessons. So on hover after it will move. Translate. At lunch. We'll be back in a minute. Okay, one more pomodoro and then back to lunch. Okay. So I have to translate X by 2 pixels. And then you see it like, that's cool. That is pretty cool. That's how you do that. That is how you do that. I wonder if you could do a rotatey. Can you do a rotatey? Rotate Y? Why does it say angle? Go 45 degrees. So it's only affecting the content, right? So rotate Z. Just do 45. How does it work? Wait, 0, 1 angle. Rotate about the Y. Is that what we're doing? Oh, there we go. Okay, so we can rotate it around the Y. What if you rotate around the Z? Around the Z is gonna go that way. Okay, cool. Okay. Wait, what if you do 180? Oh, that's cool. Okay. What if we do 360? Ha! That's so cool. Oh my gosh. That is a cool little transform. I like that. That's so fun. And you have the easing function makes it really fun. That is so fun. Okay. So transform in the hover state, the content gets pushed to the right. Transition property in the after itself ensures the process takes 0.3 seconds. That's what the transform property does. It allows you to rotate, skew, scale, or translate an element in a particular direction, and you can learn more about that in future lessons. In the next example, we will look at the first letter and the first letter pseudo element. First letter pseudo element targets the first letter of an element's content, allowing you to style it. Here's an example of some paragraph text. If we want to style the first letter, we can use the first letter pseudo class. Oh my gosh, that is awesome. First letter. We can change the font as well, right? Font family. Let's try Knee Wave if they have it. Oh, they do have it. Oh gosh, that's so cool. And then if we do paragraph otherwise, let's do a font family of caveat brush. There we go. Yes. And can we do text transform, I think? Uppercase. There we go. Cool. Free code jam lets you learn code without having to pay. Very nice. Very nice. Pseudo elements. Oh my gosh, they're so fun. You can do so much without JavaScript. Let you select the marker, bullet, or numbering of list items for styling. We did look at changing the marker of list elements, I think. And so it offers a way to enhance the brand identity by customizing list markers to match your color scheme. And that is cool. Okay. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could do this. This is so cool. I want to do this to my own stuff. I want to do this to my list items in my own Obsidian and stuff. In this lesson, we've covered only a few pseudo elements, but there are many more like it. The placeholder, the spelling error, the selection. Encourage you to explore on your own. Spelling error. How does that work? They have a dictionary and stuff? Interesting. Which of these best describes the relationship between pseudo elements and their originator element? Pseudo elements can exist independently of the originator element. They must be declared before the originator element. Pseudo elements depend on the originator element and cannot exist independently. I'm pretty sure that they do, right? Are used to create new HTML elements. I don't think they create new HTML elements. I think they just add more content on top of. So I can't. This just means that it's applying to all markers. This means that we're applying it to list items. What if we do UL? No, then now it's not right. Okay. List items. Yeah, I think they're dependent on the... Right? They can't exist independently. Which of these correctly distinguishes pseudo elements from pseudo classes? Pseudo elements use a single colons. Oh. Well, okay. Which of these best describes the function of pseudo elements in CSS? They add new HTML elements to the document. No, they style specific parts of an element's content without adding extra HTML tags. They replace the entire content of an element with new content. They modify the structure of the HTML document. I don't think they replace the entire thing. We're not replacing learn more in here. We're tacking on, right? So we're new HTML elements? I don't think they're adding extra HTML tags. I'm gonna get this one wrong. Okay, that was it. So the answer was style specific parts of an element's content without adding extra HTML tags. All right, so we have 14 minutes to go. We're gonna get started with designing a greeting card, and then take a break. So cool. We got a lot of notes here from pseudo classes and pseudo elements. Those are really cool. We did all these ones. Cool. So we're gonna do a lot of hands-on stuff now, and let me get our whatchamacallit going. I think we need our progress bar going. Let me get this up, make sure that this is gonna be correct here. Design a greeting card. Let's bring that up. Let's see if this updates down below there. It should respond with step 1 there. So we want to make something that when we hover, let's see. So we have a card. It's got rounded edges. We've got 2 buttons on it. We have a happy birthday is what we're saying there. And then we're adding like these emojis on the before and after, I bet. And then wishing you all the happiness and joy on your special day. Send cards, share on social media. So we have 2 buttons. We have like an H1 element, and then we have the paragraph element underneath it. We have a send card. When we hover over the card, it zooms in a little bit, changes the size, and we have this little transition. We also hover when we hover over. When we hover over, we change the background color. We also change the color of the buttons when we hover. So that's going to be on hover with the buttons. So I think I have a pretty good idea of what we're going to do here. I'm going to zoom out a little bit just to make sure that I can see all of this stuff. And we're going to pop the preview out into the other side here. And first thing we're going to do, we're going to insert our style sheet here. So we have a link rel, we have to say style sheet. And we're going to give it an href of // for indicating that we're looking at this current folder and style CSS. And there. And we're going to save it. And what I'm going to do here is we're going to just going to change the background. I'm going to change this, I'm going to say, let me get my style back up because I can't remember what style for these things. D8E BFF. D8E. And that will be our background. That will be our background. We're going to do it a little bit differently. We're just going to change the colors, I think. In that. Oh, you know what? I don't have to do that. They're going to walk us through this thing here. That's right. This is a different type of setup. So I don't need to do this. That's cool. Alrighty then. Alrighty. Okay. So we start by linking, and that's what I did. And then we can just go along, move along. The next thing we need to do is to make sure that our... I'm going to squash that down a little bit. There we go. Create a div element that has an ID. A div element that has an ID of greeting card inside of the body here. So we want an ID, and they just tell us what to do. We just have to remember the syntax, basically. Greeting card, and then we're going to have a class of card. And we'll close that div tag. And inside of this element, we're going to add an H1. It's going to say happy birthday. I kind of like already know how they want us to do this, and we're going to add a paragraph element with the class. Let's just close this first. Called message, and then the text is going to be wishing you all the happiness and joy on your special day! Exclamation point. Save, and we do have that all happening over there. Now it doesn't look right because the background's not right, but it's just gonna erase my code when I move on to the next step, so I'm not even gonna bother with that right now. The next time, now it's time to style our greeting card. Let's go over to styles, and we're going to add a body element, and we're going to change the font family to Arial, and followed by generic sans serif. It's going to choose Arial, but yeah, and in case I don't have Arial installed, it's going to fall back to sans serif font. And we're going to give padding on all sides for 40 pixels. We're going to align the text into the center, and you should see that change happen there. There you go. And we can control enter and move along. Code passes. And then so now it's time to give it some color. Give the body a background color of brown, and also give the card, we're going to create a card selector here and do a background color of white. So now it should start to look a little bit better. Yep. Okay. We're going to have a max width for the card of 400 pixels. We're going with the absolute units for this max width to make sure that we can fit all the content, I guess, on there. Padding of 40 pixels on all sides, and we want a margin of 0 for the top and auto for the sides, and that centers it, and that centers the element. There we go. Step 6, we're inside the card element and we need to add more styling. We're going to give a border radius of 10 pixels and a box shadow with a value of 0, 4 pixels, 8 pixels, and then gray. I don't know the syntax of this, so what is this anyway? So let's go to the MDN docs. I think we do MDN. Let's do box shadow. We'll find that. Box shadow generator CSS property is what we want, right? So let's go back here. That's a different thing. So with 4 values, 3 length values and a color, what does that mean? So if 2 values are given, they're interpreted as the offset X. So 0 in the X and 4 pixels in the Y is offsetting our shadow. And then 8 pixels is the blur radius. So if we change this blur radius, we should be able to see it go out further. No? Is it? Oh, I think it is. Yes, you can kind of see it going out from there. And then it's shrinking inside there when I reduce the leading ones there. Okay. And then the 4th value is interpreted as a spread radius, but what we actually have is a color. But we could give 4 length values and a color as well. And then the spread radius is the 4th interpreted. Whatever spread radius is, what does that mean? Is that somewhere over here? Spread radius. Fun. Okay. And yeah, there we go. We'll move it along. See how far we can get in this with before lunch. There are quite a few steps here. I think there's 74, so we're only like 10% of the way done. Now add a new div below the message. We're gonna add a div below the message, which is that one. Okay, so we're gonna add a div here. And it should have a class of card links. And then we'll move along, and then number 8. Inside of here, we're going to have a couple of links. So some anchor elements should have a text of send card. And it's going to have a class of send link. We're going to give these like a button, so that's interesting. So it's just a link. The href is going to be a local reference to send. And the second one, so it's going to have a share link class, and the href is going to be locally referencing share and share on social media. So it's not actually linking anywhere. I'm going to add 2 section elements down here. Let's see. And that's going to be after. So the first one's going to have an ID of send. And the second one's going to be an ID of share. Okay. I didn't click on the thing to see what happens. with that. It's too late to go back to the beginning. Or I just can't access that without going back to the first step. Add H2 to send that contains the text sending your card. And so we're going to hide this, I think, when we click on, when it's not clicked. And then we're going to add a P element with the text. Card successfully sent to your recipient. There we go. When we come back, we will finish up this tutorial and we'll keep working through these. Yeah, so we're going to take a lunch. Okay, let's get back to focusing. We're gonna reset the timer here. And where are we here? We finished putting that little text that will show up after we click on sending the card, and then we're gonna set up our H2 for sharing your card. And then a P element saying your card was shared on social media. There we go. It says that we're like a lot further along than we really are. I think I know why. I think it's because I don't have this set up right. I think I need to change. What I should do is have different action, and what I'll do is we'll set streaming checks, social media, scene changes. I think what we'll do, why does it say social media? That's the blue sky, right? Okay, that's interacting with social media, that's streaming checks, and that's interacting with the ticker, interacting with overlays. This is yes, so this will be interacting with overlays. So updating progress bar is there. What we'll do also is we will add inside of here in overlays. We'll say set number of steps, and we'll do that. So I don't think we need to have that. We'll just trigger it from there. So what we'll do is we'll set global I don't know what it's actually called. Let's go over here. Num steps is what it's called. So num steps is that, and then the value is it's gonna be some variable. We need to set it to that. Yes. Jeeps. Okay. How do we get it? We gotta get it interacted from get input. It's not input. Input's key press. Mouse click. What's key press? Key combination. There's hotkeys. Interesting. Oh, we can do hotkeys. Interesting. Okay, but we can't do. Let's see. Shoot, I forget how we can take in stuff here. So I think what we want to do is use a command. I think we'll use command. Command trigger. We have to create a command for this. Shoot. No, normal mode, regex. No, we just want it normal. This is going to be set num steps, I guess we'll do. Command is going to be called update steps, I guess. And what group is going to be ignore bot account. Ignore internal messages. Persist user, counter, persist user. The only ones that are allowed are moderators and start should be there, and then there's what's include again. Include means I think we get variables from it. If we say include, I think we get variables from it if we had set it to include. This is counter. Input number, word of the message, enter spaces or delimiters. Input 0, we get the first word, input 0. Okay. So what we need is input 0. Oh, you know what? We don't actually need to include this. So let's go to commands. Or commands again. We don't need to include it in the list. Handle, min. Okay, so this should be input 0 is what we need to do. And should test it, so let's see. I don't think it changed it. Update steps is what it is. Didn't work. Oh, sources, that's why. Okay. Never mind. Nowhere internal. Okay, never mind. Okay, so it's that. We do that. We come back to here. Let's see that. Make sure that this works. There it goes. Okay, so that works. And I can then say add message toast. Toast message. The toast is going to be input 0, and we can do that. We can do test. And just make sure that we know how many steps we're actually doing here. Let's go back to this design a greeting card. There's only 27, so we can update that here. That shouldn't get sent there. Okay, did it actually send there? confused. Oh, it does. I don't like that. I don't like it going to there. I send it to an internal message. Okay. We'll go back here. Okay. Just a little sojourn here to figure some stuff out here. There we go. So now I have a way to update that automatically, but I really just want it to be action. So really what should be happening is enabled. So I think what I could do is we do an action. Oh gosh, it's not listed on there, is it? What if I have timers but about update? We have to restart it, reload it. Oops. Oops, wow. Well, that doesn't work. It's update steps. The Kipta bot sends that. Okay, but it says it's falling back to the broadcaster, but I don't want it to do that. Wait, streamer create action, don't send message. What if I say input, does it come up with something? Not get input. I think that might be it. That might be what I want. We'll just disable this for a second, and then what we'll do is and the output variable will be new steps. Default value is 0. The prompt is, so then this is going to be get num steps. Yeah, new steps, and then say new steps do we want the progress bar to have. default of the prompt is 1. Okay, and then so num steps to the one we want is new steps. That there, and then we'll just move this up. Okay, how do we name this thing? Okay, and then from there, what I should do is do this action, that number of steps, and then it's going to come up with this thing. Oh gosh, it doesn't focus though. Oh, it says it's number, so we want it to be new steps. That's what we want. So let's try that again. It's not 27, okay. I think that's right. I think that's correct. I think that's right. I think it's right now. Okay. So we can have it set like that. I can get rid of this command. Where's commands? Commands here. Actually delete this. Don't need that. And that should get rid of it from over here. No, it's still there. Just delete the trigger. There we go. There's no trigger, it's just that thing. Scene changes, add that, okay. Okay, and let's see. There we go. Okay, what are we doing now? We're still styling here and profiling here. Add a new selector that changes the background color of the card element. New selector that changes the background color of the card element to khaki when it's hovered over. Okay. On hover. We want to be khaki. There we go. So when we hover over, and we have to, because we exited out of there, we're going to be coming back over here. Let's full screen this guy. We got to do our LinkedIn stuff too. I got to bring that up so that I don't forget it. LinkedIn games. Just set that up for later. So when we hover over, we change the color. That's cool. Coolio Magulio. We are almost done. We are 44% complete. Halfway there. Transform property can transform the element look. So for example, giving it a value of 0.9 would make the element 10% smaller. So we're going to transform on hover here. And we're going to scale by 1.1. So then when we hover over, it's going to zoom in. Now that just immediately does that. We're going to want some easing done on there with the transition. So where do we put the transition though? That's the thing. That is the thing. It's not in the card on hover. It's over here. It's on the card itself. So when the A elements are hovered, the color of the background makes a transition to a different color. You can regulate how the transition happens with the transition property. So for example, you have these things. So what I can do is I can show you transition property here, CSS property. It's the type, I think, of transition, how long it goes, and then the easing function. There's all these different animations, and we'll do a lot of those, I guess, later. I saw a big section of the course is to do some animations. That's gonna be much later though. We're talking like weeks from now. Property that the transition is applied to. Oh, that's one thing I wanted to double check before I forget, is to look at the schedule here. Look at the schedule. what we're looking at, we're targeting, so October is where we're ending. We're going to be done with this course sometime in July, I think, is where we had set with that. So yeah. Okay. I don't know why it does that. We'll set the transition property, the duration of transition, and the timing. So the type and the duration. If the value is omitted, the timing for the first property, a default value is applied. We're going to transform. It's going to be 0.3 seconds, and the background color 0.3 seconds ease is what we're setting that to, I guess. It doesn't quite work. It is doing immediately. There's something I'm missing here. Transition, transform. So property 1, property 2, and then linear. Property 1 is the transform that we're handling on the hover, and then the other things we're handling the background color. That's both for... Well, can I do it for like longer? Let's try for longer here. The transform doesn't quite scale that slowly. I don't understand. There's something I'm missing. The card selector should have a property transition set to transform 0.3, background 0.3, and then ease. But the thing is, an example of this. So it's the property name and the duration, property name, duration. And you can do multiple things, so. Okay. If you're doing multiple ones, though, do I need 2 different transitions then? No, because that won't work. Transform 0.3 seconds. Okay, so I saw what my mistake was. It's basically right here. I wasn't gotta make sure we have everything you know, spelled correctly. So when we do this here, let's see, we're over here. Let's come back over to here. We'll show what's happening here. When I zoom in, it's going way too fast. So if I change this, it should be 0.3, and you have to give the units as seconds. And then now it'll slowly come in and out. There we go. There it is. That's what I was missing. That's what I was missing there. Okay. So we should be able to move along with that. We can also zoom in over here too. Look at that. I can zoom in on both of them. That's so cool. I'm just, you know, I'm doing so well here. Here we go. You can zoom and lock there. Zoom and lock into here as well. Oh, but then I'm not locked over there. But I am locked over here. I gotta fix that. Okay, there's some behavior that I want. Because now I'm like... Okay. I don't know. There we go, I think. I don't want to be zoomed in anymore over here. There we go. All right, whatever. I'm just goofing around. Okay, that should go. That should do it. Okay. Now we want to add the emoji before and after. So H1 before. And we can take a look at this. I can actually zoom in on this. Let's zoom in over here. I'm going to have happy birthday. Let me lock that in. And when I add my H1 content, we want to add something to it, right? So let's get that birthday celebration or something. Celebrate. That's it. That's the one we want. We want this one. And we want to just add a little space there, give it a little spacing. And now it shows up there. And then after, we can do another one. They'll say that in the next thing. We're going to do that there. And you can support Free Code Camp. I'll add the link in the description right there. They help, they make this possible here for me to learn. So definitely consider sending a donation their way. And then maybe I can send a donation their way if you send a donation to me, and then, you know, just spread the love all around. Then I can get rid of that. Get rid of that pop-up. Then I can just have something automatically come up into the chat every now and then. The message element needs some styling. Give it font size of we're gonna give it a font size of 1.2 EMs. So this is changing 1.2 of the parent font size. So the font size of the of the div element would be that, but that's not, so it's got a 16, right? So 16 is the default. 16 is the default. And then, yeah, so it's getting the parent elements font size, which is not specified. So it does take the default of 16 pixels. So then we're going to do 20% more than 16, which I don't think divides up into fifths, but it's going to be like something like 19 or 20, right? It's going to be between 19 and 20, I think. So 16 times 1.2 is 19.2. And then so the margin bottom, we want to set at 20 pixels. There we go. There we go. And we're going to add card links here. Card links. So for our links, we're going to change the margin top to 20 pixels here. 20 pixels there. On there. So without it is... Oh, it doesn't seem to be changing anything. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be changing anything there. We can add a display of flex, and then that's going to make... Okay, and we want to make it the flex direction, don't we? So we'll learn more about Flexbox later in the course, and this is just a small preview. So to space the two links so that they have the same space around, add a display property, set to flex, and a justify content set to space around. What does space around do? Let's take a look at justify content property here. And so this defines how the browser distributes space between and around content items along the main axis of a flex container. Oh, it's related to the flex container and the inline axis of grid and multi-col containers. So justify content. Okay. The main axis of a flex container. What does that mean? So when you're in row, it's that way. When it's in columns, it's vertical. In row is horizontal, column is vertical. Okay, that's interesting. That is certainly something. That is something, isn't it? That's why I'm so confused. I was always just messing around with everything. But we're gonna learn how to do this. Oh, you know what? We gotta swap our camera. We gotta orient our camera a little better here. Let me do something real quick. Here I'm just gonna swap I'm gonna flip the horizontal here. There we go. Okay, I don't know why it does that. I gotta figure out how to handle that. Right, and then so space around, what does that mean? Space around means what now? Space around distributed alignment, space around. Evenly distributed within the alignment container along the main axis. The spacing between each pair of adjacent items is the same. The empty space before the first and after the last item equals half of the space between each pair of adjacent items. If there is only one item, it will be centered. Okay. Nice. Okay. 2/3 of the way done. We are on step 19. So we're styling. We're gonna style the A elements inside card links and give them text decorations. So card links is the div. We want the A. Okay, so we want the A's. So inside of card links, so we want to say card links A elements, and we want these to be a text decoration of none. Okay, there's no decorator. Okay, and then font size. So let's go back over to here, to the right here, and take a look here. I'm gonna zoom in zoom in, take a look at these guys there. Font size, we're gonna set back to 1 EM, which then is because it is coming from the div class. I don't think it's so it's inheriting from class card to class card links. We didn't change the font size of that yet, so it should be the default of 16. So we're setting it to 1 M of the card links parent, basically. So it's still coming from card links. Padding is going to be set to 10 pixels on the top and bottom, 20 pixels on the left and right. Border radius is going to be set to 5 pixels. And we're going to set a color for the text to be white. And it's disappeared, but now it'll show back up when we have it's still there. The background color we want to set to midnight blue. And there we go. Our code passes there. We'll move along. And we're going to have a card links A elements when hovered over on hover. Background color is going to change to orange red on hover over. So when we hover over, we're going to zoom in a little bit and then change that. Now we need some functionality for those buttons though, right? So we need to hide text or not. And then, okay, so we also want to set a transition for that. Background color, we're gonna target there in the 0.3 seconds of easing. And so doesn't automatically change, it just slowly changes to that other color. Could even set this as 1.3 seconds and it just goes a little bit slower. Interesting. Save that. And we're almost done with this section here. We have to set the midnight blue. So for the active, when they're active, when you're actively clicking on them, we're going to set the background color to midnight blue. And I wonder if we're going to do something with that there. Let's see. So it goes back to midnight blue when we are clicking on it. So we're going to add a new selector that targets the card links again. This time it's going to be when it's in focus. And so we're going to use the outline property, set it to 2 pixels of width, and we're going to make a solid border that is yellow. And so from over here, I can click into here and I can tab over. And it takes me a while to tab over. I don't know why. Tabbing doesn't seem to work for some reason. We're focused on there, but it's just not working. Okay. Well, I don't know why I can't tab over to it. It is interesting. I don't know why the focus isn't working on this, on that window. It's weird. Now we want to see when we visited these, we want to set them to different color. We're going to set them to crimson, like the background. So if I visit it, yeah, I'm very confused why it doesn't actually do anything. Create a selector for the section elements and give them a margin of 20 pixels top and bottom, and then center it along the and then centered along the vertical, horizontal, I mean. Max width is set to 600 pixels. Just typing what I see. Background color, we're going to set to white smoke. And we're going to have a padding property, 20 pixels all around, with a border radius of 20 or 10 pixels. There we go. We're almost done, I guess. And so we want to add another transform property. This function skews the element horizontally. So we're going to do in the section, targets a section on hover, and we're going to transform skew x 10 degrees. So what happens there when you hover? Okay. Oh gosh, I don't really like that. That's nasty looking. One more step to go. On the display property is going to be set to none. And we're going to create a target section. Target the section with a display of block so that they're only visible on click. If I hover over it, says sending a card. That's fun. I mean, that's just another thing. I don't really like the skew. It skews the skews the text as well, and I think that you should maybe not skew the text. Just skew the card. Yeah. All right, and that was designing a greeting card. So we're going to move on to designing a parent-teacher conference form, and there's 37 steps in this one. So we'll set our set it to 37. And this is what we want to do here. So we want to style this. Nice. Okay, so we have this form. What do we have? We've got these sections. These like student information, parent guardian information, preferred contact method, and additional notes. So 4 different sections there, with some input elements on each. So we're going to have text input on these, labels for those text inputs. We're going to have a text input for this one. And we have to do some validation here with the numbers. Parent guardian Nancy Doe, and then we're having these radio buttons here for preferred contact method. Another input element, and then a long form text, multi-line text, additional notes, and then this submit form thing. And there's some required elements as well. So let's get started with this. We have in this workshop, we'll practice how to add custom styles to radio buttons by building a parent-teacher conference form, and the HTML boilerplate has been provided for us. We're going to start by adding a main element with a class called container. Step 2 is to, inside here, we want to add an H1 element with the text parent-teacher conference form and the class's title center. Title and center as parent-teacher conference. Parent-teacher conference form. Okay, I'm going to open this up in the other window, and you're not going to be able to see it until we style it. So let's see what we do here. Over here, I think I can zoom out. All right, yeah, there we go. Not gonna be easy to see until we get some of these other stuff done. Okay, so gonna add a paragraph element, fill out the form below to help schedule your parent-teacher conference. And there should be a class of description and center. Okay. Now's the time to add the form and input elements, which will represent the parent and student information. So, let's see. A form element that just a blank form element, nothing to do yet, nothing to do quite yet. The first section of the form will focus on the student's information, like the name and grade. So inside the form element, we're going to add a field set. That's what that's called, a field set element. Inside that field set element, we'll add a legend element with the text student information. Closing that field set, and then below the legend element, we'll add a label element with a for attribute of student dash name and the text full name. Space at the end. The label element should be below the legend element. Oh, we still need to be inside of the field set element. There we go. Well, we'll take a quick break and we'll come back and Okay. Just need to do something to get rid of this one. Which one is it? Count, jump, beautiful. No, it's the flute thing. Flute is what it is. Keeps getting claimed. Okay, so we'll just move that into copyright claimed. And so we don't have to worry about it anymore. Okay. Here we go. Next step, we're going to add an input element for the student's information. So input element with the type attribute is going to be set to text. Then we're going to add a name and ID element, both set to student name. And we'll close that input thing there. We're going to add a placeholder value as well, where it says e.g. Jane Doe, and this is a required attribute. Add that. Now it's the time to add a form. Add form elements to collect the student's grade information. Form elements to add the student's grade information. So we want a label element. The text is going to be student grade. The for attribute is going to be set to grade. Student grade. This looks awful, but because of the wait a minute, did I do this wrong? I did do it wrong. Student grade, for attribute, grade. Below this, we're going to add our input element, and the input element is going to have a type of number. We have to do some validation too. So the name is going to be equal to the grade, and the type, or the ID is going to be equal to grade as well. Put a placeholder, for example, 4. And then lastly, it's a required set there, and we can close it down and like that. And field set, after field set, we're gonna add another field set. Another field set. We're gonna have a legend inside here. It's just gonna have the text parent Warian information. Legende. Here we go. Wow, they keep wanting me to shout out pre-code camp here. Throw a couple bucks their way. Throw a couple bucks my way, and I can maybe get rid of this pop-up here. You can also support me at the Ko-fi. Oh gosh. All right, so we need a label element for the parent name. It's going to say parent. Guardian name. And then below this, we're going to end an input element for the type of text. Name is going to be parent name. ID is going to be parent name. need a placeholder that's going to say e.g. Nancy Doe. Lastly, this is required. Control Enter to move ahead. And so we're on step 10, so we're almost a third of the way done. So we'll add form elements responsible for collecting the user data. The preferred contact method, so we're going to add another field set. And we need another legend. And we're going to preferred contact method. I know the scope of this CSS thing is not well. The responsive web design does include HTML. Just thinking that we're doing quite a lot of HTML. We're just focusing on CSS, but it's important in the overall scheme of the certification here that we understand how to create forms, what elements we need for creating semantic forms in HTML5. So we're going to add a class, a label with a class of a contact method. And the for attribute is going to say email. Below the label element, we want to add a radio button with an ID and value attribute set to email. So, is it radio button? Is that what it is? Wait a minute. So, I think the way that you do this is that input type radio. I think that's the way we do it. Oh, we don't have this, so I have this centered. There we go. All right. I gotta move this pomodoro thing too. Yeah. Gotta work on that. Okay, I think that's it. Should be checked by default. Oh, lastly, make sure this radio button is checked by default. There we go. Then we need to put in another input thing, another label first. With the class is going to be contact method. This makes us phone. Just make sure that we have anything here. Same styling. ID is going to be the phone. The class is going to be the contact method radio button. Type is a radio button. We need a name. And that's contact method as well. That's referring to the... Oops. Referring to the making sure that we're referring to the same set of values or same set of options is this contact method. Now the value is going to be phone, and the and that's it. That's it, I believe. It does work. We should close this though. So it's a good practice to allow users to add additional notes or concerns. Why does this keep doing this anyway? Back over here. I'm down over here. We're moving up there for some reason, even though we don't need to. It's weird. Oh well. So we have one more field set to add. And this could be for additional notes. Have a label element with the class actually 4. I'll set it to notes. And the text is going to be any specific concerns or topics. Like to discuss. And And then we're going to add a text area element. ID set to notes. Name is set to notes. Rows is for calls. We don't need commas. I don't know why I'm doing that. And I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. I guess I have to close it like this. Is that why? Okay, that's what I have to do. I don't think I need to put that in. Oh, I do. Well, maybe I don't, but helped. Then finally, we should add the submit button to the form. And add a button element. Gonna have a class of submit btn. Type attribute is going to be submit. The text should say submit form. And there we go. All right. We're going to style this up now. First, we're going to set a dark background for the body. And do a background color, midnight blue. There we go. And the color of white smoke for the elements there. That's going to look nice. Look at that. That's beautiful. Okay. We're going to select the element with the class container, and we're going to set the background color to all white, but an alpha of 16 plus 10, so I think 26 is what that is. 26 out of 255, so it's about 10% of the alpha. Yeah, they go on to explain this. It's fine. I'm not going to explain it right now. We're going to set the width of 80% of the parent, which is the body. Which I believe the body just does the viewport width, and the height is determined by the content usually. Depending on the browser. I think most browsers, are doing the setting the viewport height based off of the fitting the content. And let's see. Well, they're not setting the viewport height. What they're doing, they're setting the height to the content to fit the content. That's what I should say to be more accurate. Class a width of 80% and a max width of 600%. So we'll give it some hard stops here. We'll add a border radius of 10 pixels. And we'll set the margin to 20 pixels left and right. Center it. There we go. Center it horizontally. We're going to add some padding to the container. And padding to the top and bottom is going to be 10 pixels. And the side is left and right going to be 20 pixels. So without that, we have no padding there, and then there's a little bit of padding there. Shows the radius a little bit better of those of that border. There we go. Okay. Next up, we're going to make the container stand out. We're going to set a box shadow, 0 in the X, I believe, and then 5 pixels in the Y. There we go. You can see that happen right there. 15. Actually, come on over here. We got to be over here. There we go. I should just default to being in the center. 15 pixels of blur radius. And we'll make that shadow black. There it goes. There it is. Very nice. Okay. So we had a center class. We want to target it and align the text to be in the center. So there we go there. So we also have a description class that we're going to set the font size for. So 20% more than the font size of the container, which I think is taking 16 pixels. So again, it's going to be about 20 and 19 pixels of height there. There we go. And we want to style field sets, so we select the field set elements, right? So we don't have row in the 20 pixels top and bottom, 0 on the left and right, and then padding. We're gonna have 20 pixels all around, and that gives it a little bit more space. And we'll be right back to finish this one up. Okay, so we're almost done here. Just styling this up. Styling this form. What else do we need to do? Should probably give, we need some separation, some new lines for the full name and the student grade for the student information, I think. So we need to set the flex box to be a column. But what they say we want to do next is make the legend more prominent. We want to style that legend. Legend should already have style in my mind. I'm gonna change the size to 1.3 rem. That's the related to the root now. Oh, did I say? Oh, we were doing rem, not m. Okay, so we're doing rem, which is related to the HTML default, which is 16 pixels, I believe. And the font weight we're going to set to 600, so we're going to make it a little bit bolder. And then they go on to some ideas here about what font weight is. So regular weight is the normal, which is around 400. And so if you go less than 400, numeric values of like 100. I've never seen like a 333 or something like that. I don't know if that's a valid thing. It might be. Most font sets will not have that available. They'll just have it in between. Like they'll have might have a 100, maybe they'll have a 200 or a 300, and then they'll have a normal, and then they'll have a bold, and then an extra bold. Usually what I see is just normal, bold, and extra bold. Very rarely do I see a thin font weight. I don't know. Let me know like what fonts weights you've seen out in the wild, because in a lot of the Google fonts they don't have thin font weights. They only have the thicker ones. And so, you know, it's up to the designer of the font to make those things and make them available. So we should increase the font size for all label elements, and so we're going to select all label elements and set the font size to 20% more than the usual. And that's pretty slick there. And I need to put this over here. That's what I'm going to change in the next break here. Got to change the default. I just want to be like, if I'm over here, I want to have this thing open by default. And then unless I'm actually over in that region, I don't know. And then we'll move over. There's some optimizations I can do here for the stream. Label elements are in line to make them sure that they stack vertically. Use the not pseudo class. Okay. Select all label elements that do not have the class contact method. Then we'll set a display to block and a margin 10 pixels up and down, 0 in the horizontal, 10 pixels up and down, 0 in the horizontal. Okay, so display block. So why? So everything that doesn't have a contact method, which is the preferred contact method. Got it. Okay. Well, okay. So now we're going to style the input and text area elements. It's often a good idea to start with general styles for input and text area, then refine specific types. So we're going to select input, not contact method radio button. So we don't want to target those. And we also want to target text area. Okay. But specifically, I don't get that though. I don't understand that part. General styles for input. And the width is going to be 95% of the container, which is the field set in this case. For pretty much all of these, I think all the things that we're targeting here, yeah, are the field sets. So why did we have to explicitly say text area? Why couldn't we just say... Why is text area omitted from that contact method radio button? Oh, because it's not an input. It's we want the input elements and we want the text area elements to have the same. Okay, I see. So they probably explain it right over here that it excludes radio buttons with that class from being styled by this rule. Oh, you know what? I do have to change this thing here. I'm gonna change it right now because I don't like this. I think that is the main thing. So I'm gonna change the way that this works. Focus center if cursor's in there. Focus the region there, center from right, and then focus left display if it's in this other region. Yeah, I do need to shrink this down, so the max X needs to go down to 5. Oh gosh, I think it was 22. 22, 21. Let's just make it 20 for good sake here. 22 is fine. Okay. Hide the frame. There we go. That's what's throwing it all off for that part. Okay, there we go. All right, back to this over here. I'll be over here. So let's see. I didn't finish up here, did I? You want a border set to with 1 pixel of width, a solid border of gray color, and that's all of those. So if I get rid of that, let's see what happens if I do that without, and it's just like an inset thing there, and there's just a little bit of border then added to that. And then we can add a border radius to these. 5 pixels. There we go. It looks nice. And we get a padding of 10 pixels. Ooh, that adds padding to the inside of those elements. See that there. Very cool. Very neat there. So they explain to us here, the not contact method radio button part excludes radio buttons with that class from being styled by this rule. Because they are input elements, right? They are input elements that are given a type of radio for radio button. Right. Here we go. So this way we can apply general styles to most inputs while keeping radio buttons separate. These styles will make your form fields wider and more readable. Try previewing the form to see how the layout changes, of course. Been doing that all along. We've been doing that the whole way through here. And we're going to ensure that text entered into inputs and text areas as well as their placeholders are visibles, and we're going to set their color. Input, we want to target all inputs, okay. And then we want to add a placeholder. We want to target the placeholder element, pseudo element, text area, and set color to white smoke. So if I don't have that, so let me see something. Why do I need to put in inputs? What is it? What happens when I put input onto there? I don't think anything changed visually. Certainly not with the placeholder thing here. Oh, I know why. Check it out. This is why. If I'm starting to type in here, now I don't have that stuff going on here. Right? But now if I target the input, I need to target the input. Now that's going to change my, just re-render it. And that's going to change my input now, but it's still not targeting the text area. I need to target the text area as well. There we go. And so then now I can have everything handled by there. And again, consider donating to Free Code Camp. They are wonderful. They help this this happen. They help this go. They really help us out here. And also consider donating and helping me out. Send me some tips too. And maybe I can get rid of that that thing there. Why? I'm curious why. Oh, there we go. Okay. It was on the preview. Curiously enough. We're going to select, we're going to customize the radio buttons. By default, radio buttons have a native browser appearance. You want to remove this so you can create a custom look. So we're going to select the element with the class contact method radio button. And we're going to select appearance to none. And now it disappeared. They do not exist. They don't exist. How do we get them back? We're going to target these. We're going to set a width of 20 pixels. Okay. We're going to set a height of 20 pixels. Nice. I'm going to select a border radius of 50%. Okay, but we still don't see it. Now we set the border. This is where we're going to see it. No? solid, gray. There we go. Gotta add some spacing in between those things, though. Gotta be able to differentiate this here. Default form elements like radio buttons might not sit perfectly aligned with their labels, especially if the label text is taller or has different font settings. To align the radio buttons vertically with their labels, you can use the vertical align property. Vertical align to set with that. Okay, so this property controls how inline block elements line up vertically with the surrounding text. So we're going to select it to the bottom. Okay. And we can experiment with other values like middle. Kind of undersets it though. Or top. Top seems to be like bottom. I don't see much of a difference here in that case. So we're going to create the inner circle that will appear when the radio button is checked. We'll use the before pseudo element for this. So we're inserting content before the actual element. This is often used for decorative purposes. So we're going to target this again, but now we're going to use the before pseudo element. I'm going to select the display a block. And the content is just going to be a space. Oops. Width is going to be 10 pixels. And we have to give it a color of some sort, I imagine. Height is going to be of 10 pixels. The border radius is going to be 50% of the now here's a question though. Here's a question. Is it 50% of the border radius that's coming from the contact method radio button? Or is it from the field set, which is the radius that we put around the field set? We put a radius around field set, right? Yeah. Is that what it is? That's a question that I don't know the answer to. I do not know the answer to that question. So, I don't know. I'm happy to keep it as an open question, but if you come across this video and you know what the answer is, please let me know in chat. Add a comment. Help me out here. Still targeting contact method. So you need to position the inner circle and make it initially invisible. So we're still on this before. The content that we have before, we're going to set a transform of translate 3 pixels by 3 pixels. So right and above as well. Scale of 0. That's weird. So this scale function, the translate function, moves the circle slightly right and down, and the function moves the scale 0 shrinks it to 0, so it's hidden by default. Okay. So then we'll add a transition of all that targets every single thing, and then we ease in to it. This is supposed to be checked by default. That's so weird. Nothing's happening here, so I don't know what they're trying to do. It's kind of weird. It's kind of abstract to try to, you know, think about what exactly they want us to do here. Yeah. Time to define what happens when the radio button is checked. You are styling the inner circle only when the radio button is selected. Contact method radio button checked before, just the before element, and then we're going to do a transform of translate 3 pixels, 3 pixels. We're going to scale it to 1. So that's if it's checked. So the email shouldn't the email show that? Maybe I'll do it now. Background color is going to be light green. Maybe it'll show up now. Now it shows up. Okay, so it's like inset inside of it. Is that what we're looking for? Oh, and it does this like fade out and fade in. So it scales down from 0 to 1. It's kind of like shrinking. When it's disappearing, it's shrinking, you know, radially down to 0, down to a radius of 0. And then when it shows up, it's showing up as from a radius of 0 up to 1, or up to the size, the full size. Cool. That's cool. That's a cool little animation. That's nice. It's nifty. And time to style the submit button. So we're going to target the submit button. And the cursor is going to be a pointer. So when we hover over the submit form, turns our mouse cursor into a cursor here. What happens if I zoom in here? I don't know what's happening here. What is happening? Why does it keep doing this? I think I'm just going to take a break. I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. This is all sorts of screwy. We're going to finish this up when I come back. Okay, I was goofing around with some of that stuff with the pomodoro thing, trying to figure out just doing some sound design, basically, trying to duck the sound of the break playlist based on the sound coming from the pomodoro timer thing. I don't know how to do that because there's some elements that some sources that are created and killed immediately, so I don't have a very narrow window to try to see if they come up in the settings, but apparently they're not coming up in the settings when they're running, so I don't know. Okay, we're gonna select the element with the class button, so we're gonna do cursor pointer, and then we're going to set the background color to royal blue. Does that change anything right now? Yes, it does. And we're going to set the color to white smoke for our submit form text. And the border is going to be none, but I gotta, okay, let's move over to here. I don't know why I didn't have its focus there. There we go. Border is, none. We want to add a radius to the border. We want to give it some padding as well. Fluff it up a little bit. Just goose it up a little bit. A little bit of goosing. 12 pixels on the top and bottom. Bam. 20 pixels on the left and the right. Boom. There we go. Gabo. And then do we want to center that? Do we want to center it? We're almost done. We got 2 more steps to go. We're inside of the submit button. We're going to actually increase the font size to 1.1 rem. And we're going to set the display to block. I don't know why. What does that do? Margin is auto. Is that what we're going to do to center it? But if we don't have block, it doesn't center it. If it's on block, then it does center it. Reasons, I don't know. I don't know the reasons for that. One more. We're going to finally hover over the submit button. Hover. We're going to change the background color to midnight blue, so it's going to kind of blend in with the background color there. When we hover over, it's going to look like this body color and that. So there we go. Wow, that was a lot of styling here. Actually, not too much. Not too much. Not that bad. It really isn't that bad. I'll probably change some of these things. And they say complete. I would change the font styling and stuff like that, but that's it. We got one more Pomodoro, I think, after this. I think we are on number 9 is what we are. I think we have one more after this. We'll be on number 10. Although maybe this is the last one. We get to build a job application form, and we'll get this zeroed up in here. This is a cool little thing here. So the example project here, we have this job application form. So we're just going to really be doing the thing that we just did, but with one more element. So we have this drop down element as well. So we haven't really done those. We haven't touched on those. Full name, email, position, and then there's this thing with the legend. We have this, why do we want this job? Text area. So we have input drop down. I'm not sure. We're gonna look that up. I think availability is full-time, part-time. So we have these radio elements, and we kind of want to style it that way. I don't know if they're gonna make us style it that way. And then we're gonna, why do we want this job? Hopefully, did they give us? No, they didn't give us any of that stuff. So we'll start it off by linking our style sheet and give it the style that we want. So we're gonna href over to styles.css, and we're going to we can just close it like that. We'll save that there. What should we have here? We should have... we're just gonna set the background color. I think what we'll do is we'll just set the body background color to be our DED8EBFF. That's our very light blue color. It's that's what we'll set it as. Do we want it to be the darker one though? 1001E3B. Let's go with that. That's pretty cool. We really like that color. We love that color. That color's the best. Okay, that's a cool color. All right, we'll close down the CSS. We'll focus on the structure of this document first. So we should have a div class element, a div element with the class of container, and inside of this we should have a form element. And inside the form we should have an input element, of course, and it should have a type of text and an ID of name, and it should have entering the user's full name. So how did they have this up here? Enter your name as the placeholder there. They said their placeholder was enter your name. And what else do we have here? Oh, it looks like we have like these required elements. These required elements, we're going to have them some highlighting done there. Availability, full-time, part-time is the only non-required thing, although it's already pre-checked, so it doesn't require filling out further. And we need a label, of course. And we'll put a label for name, and we'll have a name that says full name label. Put that up on there. Full name, and the placeholder name, the input needs to be there. And then so actually I think we can just go like that, right? I think we can do that. Not sure. ID name, entering the user's full name. Entering the user's full name. Name there. We want an H1 element above to be there, don't we? Don't we want in front of this? We want a title or something. Don't we want an H1 element that says job application form? We want that, and we should change the color of text just to be EBFF. There we go. That's cool. That's cool enough. Do that. We should have the label showing up first. There we go. Full name. Oh, this isn't the legend, right? That's not the legend. That's not the legend. It's a label. And we'll put the full name, and then we do the placeholder there. And then we want an input element that has. Let's just we can just copy and paste this. I think copy and paste. Best thing ever. Genius. We put an email and email. So be email, I think, and the type is email. So there's some verification and stuff there. Validation, entering the user's email. The form should include a select element as well with the ID position, and should have a field set element with the class of radio group. Field set. Right, that's underneath. Underneath this, we have a field set. And we have to do our options here. And what is it? The type or the ID of radio group or the class of radio group? Class should be radio group. There we go. And inside of here, we should have an input that's a type of radio. And you can copy that and paste that there. And what we want is it should say relevant label selecting availability options. We'll say for full-time, we'll say full-time. And then we'll do a label for part-time. That's part-time. I think this has to be called a name, right? The name has to be full-time. And then the other thing has to be named part-time. Right? And then so we should have this one should be checked by default. Oops. This one should be checked by default. There we go, and we can move between those. Oh, look at that. It's a radio option. Radio group, radio for type is radio, input type. Okay, so we have to figure out how to do that. Name group should be availability. That's why it's called availability. And now we're able to select differently. There we go. You know, I'm gonna move this down. Let's get out of the full screen and let's put this like in the middle somewhere, like right here. And there we go. I think we can put it like right there, and then we'll just expand this down to here. There we go. And that looks pretty good. We'll focus on that one there. Okay, you should have a text area element as well after the field set, right? We have a text area with the ID of message, and then the rows get rows 40 and that stuff. We actually need to set it like that, I think. And you should have a button at the end with the type submit. Although we need to do it like this, I think. Submit, okay. Add a focus pseudo class, the input select text area should be there. So I think we're done with the structure. So we have let's just make sure that we have all the structure. We need a full name label for the input. We need email. Email label for that, and then we need a position label for this select thing. We have availability legend and a why do you want this job for the text area, and we need a label for that. So we need a label for message, and we need it as why do you want this job? That one, okay. We also need a label for the position. And that's going to be position. Oh, actually, no, wait. Position is the drop-down, and then availability is where we want to have here with a label for the, or a legend for the, shoot, what is it called? Class radio group. Should be for availability. We'll just call it availability. Legend and nice, okay. And availability legend part-time, why do you want this job? Full name, email, there's a drop down for position. I don't know how to do the options again. I need to look that up. Availability, full-time, part-time, why do you want this job? And then a submit application at the bottom there. Let's see, application, and we can get rid of this progress bar for now. Let's see, we want this here. What else do we need to add? We need to add the structure-wise. We need to add a couple things. Just to make this clear of what we have so far, we have the job application form at the top. We have label here. We have this position and position label ID. This is for position. And legend for availability, or legend ID? Legend for, how did we do legend stuff again? A legend is a field set class, so in order to do this, you need to give it a Oh, it's inside of the field set. So we have a legend availability. And that's it. That's how you do that. That's how you do that. Indeed. Indeed. That's how we do that. Type radio ID monster name availability. Name monster name there. We need an ID of full-time, and we need an ID of part-time for this. Part-time, there we go. Okay, I think that's most of the structure for the field set availability. I think that's all I need for that. I need to get the position. So inside the position thing here, do we have to do like option and do something there? And I can do like and then I gotta set an ID for that. So there's options here. Developer, designer, and manager is that. And then so what we also want, developer, designer, and then manager. And then what we want for a placeholder, I think it's what we wanted was set to select the position. Gosh, I forget how to do this. How do you do this with... Okay, select a position does not have that, but I think it's just an option that's not selectable. So the select element here, we want to add options. Value. Select an option. And we have an ID of this for position. And we want the oops. I thought there was a way. There it is. Okay. And I could do that, and then I can just set whatchamacallit. Manager, developer, designer, manager, that's positions. Problem is, like, how do I make it not selectable, unselectable? You can select a selected option, but the thing is, I don't want to select element has some unique properties. The other thing we have here is that we have to have a required thing for all these, because we want to style this as having a required thing. And then so when it's not filled, we want to be able to show as that. Thing is, selecting a position. So they said selecting a position should be circled as well. Availability full time. So okay, so all of this stuff has to be. Availability is the only one. The text message one, we want to be we want that one to be so you just say write your motivation down here in this placeholder. Is that all of the elements that we need? I think manager. I think that's the whatchamacallit. Let me see if I have all of the first part. Should associate every input with a label. So I'm apparently not doing that. Every input needs to be associated with a label. ID full-time, part-time, label 4, part-time, label 4. Label 4 position. Label 4 name. Label 4 email. That's the one. Okay. Okay, so I think we're all... does it tell me which one I'm up to? Oh, here it is. Okay. So we are up to 10. So it's the... So we are onto the styling. I think we have everything we need for structure. Full name, we've got that. These are required elements. Email required. Positions required. We have select developer, designer, manager. We have full-time, part-time buttons, and they are functional. They are tethered together. Why do you want this job is there, and the submit application thing is there. And so if we submit that, then it says please fill out that form. If I do this, it's going to say please fill out this field. It says this, it's going to be, oh, we got to validate that one. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the styling here. So to get the styling here, we want to get to number 11 here. We're going to add a focus pseudo class to the input and text area. So we're going to do focus on that. And to change their border color and remove the default outline when focused. Now remember, we could do this as is or something. Is input text area, and then we're going to do this on focus. I think that's how we can do this. And background color or border color, and remove the default outline when focused. Border color is going to be 2 pixels and a solid, and it's going to be Let's use 008 OFF as that. And then so can I do that? Yes. Look, when it's focused, we get that. That's kind of nice. I kind of like that. Border color. And we're going to remove the default outline. Outline none. So when we're in these fields, it doesn't have the usual outline. But we do highlight it as that. Looks pretty good. Got a little bit. We could make this like, if we made this huge. Boom, 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 boom. We just want a little bit, like maybe 3 pixels is nice. There we go. Just 3 pixels, that's all. So I think that's focusing it right. The input, select, and text area elements should have an invalid pseudo class that changes the border color to red when invalid input is detected. So input, select, and text area. Invalid. Border is going to be 3 pixels, or we want just a 2 pixel outline that's solid, and we want it to be red when the invalid thing is selected. So we don't have anything valid here, so if I put in Kevin, that's there. If I put in some text there, it's still not valid, but if I do a K at ev.org, that's cool. We could select a position. Oh, so the first one is automatically not valid. Is that what it is? Okay. That's neat. And then I can select full-time, part-time, my motivation, submit the form like that. Okay, that's nifty. Okay, so that's good. What else do we need? What else do we need? We are done with our pomodoros. We're just going into extra time for a little bit of fun here to finish up this build a job application form challenge here from Free Code Camp here, and putting to work what we've learned today. So really fun stuff. And so I think I'm on 13, so we want the input, select, and text area outputs to be input, select, text area when they are valid. When they're valid, we want the pseudo class that changes the border color to green when it's valid. So if I put in Kevin, I put in my it doesn't care about the org. Oh wait, maybe it does. Kevin at T. There you go. Designer. My motivation. Or I should write your motivation. There you go. And that's valid. And that's all valid. There we go. Coolio. Okay. Now what's next? What's next? Number 14. The button element should have a hover pseudo class. Button element should have a hover pseudo class that changes background color when hovered over. So we'll do that as 008 OFF. So when we hover over it, it changes to that, and we'll do some other styling as well. I wonder if we could do that with some other elements as well. We could do hover over some other things. Use the checked pseudo class on the radio group. Radio group. Radio group input? What does that mean? radio group. Can't we say, we can say something else as well. I think we can do it in a different way. We're going to add a border color, a background. So they're saying, can we do this as a different thing? Border color. If I'm just like selected in here. Yeah, I don't see how it does that because I think you need to actually show that you're in there. Oh, you know why? Because I think it's being overridden. We get rid of this for a second. And this for a second. We get rid of this. So it does work. We just want to change the border color. So we don't want to change all of this stuff. We don't need to change all that other stuff, but I think that when yeah. All right, well, that's fine. Border color there. It's all fine stuff. We want to change the border color to I think what we want is to change this to a different thing here. I think we want to change this. So we designed that, we did that, we're doing this other stuff. We want to try 89C4F. 89. The border color for that. When it's checked, and then pseudo class elements on the radio buttons to change the text color associated label. Maybe we want this rather than it being that color. I think maybe we want it to be the other dark, just 004589. Then on hover we do that. Okay, border color, we want background color to change when we have it checked. Yeah, let's just do 00 with a 5 pixel outline. I kind of like that, and then we'll do the color of that. What do we do? 0080FF, I think that's the one. Or should we do the background color? I'm not sure. That's pretty nice. I think what we should do is to do this as like a shining thing. I think it's clear like that it's selected. It'll be clearer when we do this other thing. Okay. The radio buttons are going to change the text color of the associated label. Okay, so we want radio group. How would we do this? I don't even know if this is right. I don't think this is right. Change the text color of the associated label when the option is selected. Sounds like a pseudo element. So is there a label element, like a pseudo label or something? What can we do with this? Checked. Okay, so they're saying it's like this, label. Checked plus label. We're going to say color. Well, that one's not checked. That one's associated with the wrong thing. Is that why? That's the first sibling. That's why I don't understand. What is this? We have to go, of course, we have to go then the previous radio button when checked. A radio button that's checked, but we want the, so we were targeting the one that's checked, but then we want to get the previous sibling, basically, right? So we have this label here and then that one. So they're showing, I see, they're putting it next to like that. They're putting it next to like this, and then what they're doing, I guess this is the way that they want us to do it then. So now if we do it, the next sibling that has the label is gonna be there. It's gonna be selected. Okay, so change the text color of the associated label when the option is selected. We're gonna use that nice pretty 0080FF, I think, is what we want. That's been selected. And that's pretty nice. I think that's a good one. Yeah, and that differentiates it pretty well, I think. I don't like the contrast, but it's okay. Yeah, there's stuff I need to look at for that. So nifty. Okay, so what else do we need? We can add a first of type pseudo class to the input element. To style a first input field differently, rounded corners. Why would we do that differently? What are they doing? First input field is kind of not what they want. The other thing we could do here, I don't know why they wanted us to do that. It's so kind of silly. So 17 is first of type pseudo class to the input elements to style the first input field differently. Okay. Does this pass? No, add a focus. To the input and text area elements. So use a list selector in the given order. What's a list selector? Oh, I know why. I know why. Because I'm using the pseudo elements. That's what they just want it like this. They just want it like that. And then I did the same thing for this other one. That's what those three things are. This is functionally equivalent, but they just don't like it this way. Focus, input text area, input text area focus, and then input and text area focus. Selected for the focus pseudo class to remove the default outline when focused. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it does. Okay. They want all of these to have this. So they want this and that. So they want it to be invalid. And then they want this other one, I think. I think that's what they want. And so if I go through here, we should be passing some of these, but not others. Okay, so this one we haven't passed. I don't know how to do the default outline. I don't understand that one. So the only one we're missing is this to satisfy the tests here, but we do want to go a little bit further to get this looking nice. We're going to use the selector for the focus pseudo class for input and text area. I don't know why I can't say outline none. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it does satisfy that. I'm going to download the solution and we will add this to our notes. So it'll show in the folder. We'll add this later. Actually here, what I'll do is move it over to our projects here, and in our assets here, we'll do it there. Paste it there, lab job application form. Okay, there we go. We just want to center this now, so we want to do a whole bunch of centering stuff. So in the container, what we want to do is to set the display as a flex, I think. And then flex direction is column. And forget how we were doing this because these aren't in there. So flex display lock. If we wanted inputs, if we wanted these things are all Let's get rid of the instructions for a second. Actually, let me see. So we want to see this one. We're kind of like inset inside of this container. We want to give this container a little border. So I think we want to do that. We want to do container. We want to give the container a max width. So we want to give it the width of the 80%. And we want to give it a margin of 0 and auto, I think. There we go, and we center that. And then we want, actually, let's give it 10 pixels top and bottom. And then we'll do a max width of, let's say, 600 pixels. There we go, that's nice. And we'll do a border of border radius of like 15 pixels, maybe. And we'll do a box shadow of 0, 5 pixels, 15 pixels shining, and the color will be 004589. There we go, and then we can do some other stuff here. So that's our container. We want to be able to put these elements here. So input elements. Label and input elements we want to separate, right? So because we have form element, so form element, actually what we want to do here, let's center the H1 element first. Oh, that didn't do it, did it? Display block didn't work either. Form there. Where are we? We're inside of the container. We have the H1 application form. Do display block, does that work? And we'll do we'll also change the font. Knee wave. Here we go. Give the text align to center, I think is what we wanted to do. There we go, and that's what we want. We want to put a little bit of padding around it as well. We'll do 5 pixels of padding around that. That's nice. We'll put padding on the it's the input, so padding around the form, but then we have these other things, these divs. Maybe we could div these and then do this. So we already passed. And so we want this to be separate, this to be in the other thing, and the other thing to be that way. I think the best way to do this then is to just make these divs, make these separate containers. So, wow, okay. Let's give this an ID of name as well, and then so we'll target anything with an ID of name. Email. It actually can't be that, right? It can't be the same. I can't have the same ID. Separate these by divs. I don't think that changes the... I don't think this changes anything. Yeah, so we don't need a div around the field set, I don't think, because that's a separate thing anyway. So we have that. What we want is some padding around everything. So we want div padding. So we want form and all divs and all, so we want divs, all divs that come off of that, and then all text areas as well. And we just want to give it some padding of 5 pixels top and bottom, then 0 on the right and left. What do we want to do with the button? On the button of hover, we wanted to do something with the button as well. The button, I want to add a color of T8EBFF, and we want a color of 0045. Oh, you know what? No, what we want is a color of this. For the background color of 004589. When you hover, you're going to see it light up. We want a radius, a border radius of, let's go 5 pixels. And we also want to center it with a margin 0 auto. So that didn't do it. I don't understand why. You want this job. It's so funny. Okay. Can affect the labels as well. We want a font size of 1.2 rem for that. And let's see. Oh, you know what? We can just go vertical with this. Okay, so we can do this. Okay, wait a minute. Inside of the container, we want the button to be 100% of the, or not quite 100%, but close to it. The width. The width we want to be 100% of the container, or we want it to be like, let's say 90% of the container. 90% of the container, we want to center it, but I don't know how we're doing that. What I want to do is, rather than doing these divs, we don't have to do these divs. right? What we can do, because we don't have to center these, we don't have to target these like that. Yeah, we can get rid of those raw divs, those empty, those no classed divs here. Okay, so there is one that I can't get rid of. There's one at the bottom there, so let's get rid of this one and that one. Okay, I'll save that. What we need to do here, inside of the container, we need to set, gosh, dang it. Okay. Inside the container, we need to set some kind of flex direction column. There we go. Shoot. How do I do this? I don't want it flex. I want columns. How do I do columns? So if I do columns, let's say 1, that doesn't do anything. What do you need to have, though? You need to have something else, though. It's not that. I mean, inline block, is that what we're looking for? No. Okay. And they have this go clear across there. So what we want, I think the way that we do this is then to, God, man. I think the way that we do this is to set the input, set all inputs and all text area. All inputs and all text area have extra padding, and all selects. All selects. All field sets. Okay. Padding of that. Oh, you know why? Okay, I see. No, not what I want right now. What I want is, though, all inputs, I want to have a margin of 5 pixels. Auto there. And we want to have all inputs be the width of the container, or 90% of the container at least. At the very least, we want 90% of the container. Okay. We want to center it, though. I don't understand. So we want to center it. Display as block, and that centers it. So we can do it even more. 5. Okay. All labels, we want to have a top and bottom margin of 5 pixels. Let's actually make it just 5 there. And actually, let's go auto on this one. No, let's go 5%. There we go. Maybe we do like 2%. There we go. Can line it up with that. Okay, looking good, looking good. Selected position. So they're showing selected position underneath. We can set this the height of that one as well. So we want to set in general all inputs and selects as that. Selected position, is that right? Is that how they're doing it? That is how they're doing it. And we'll do the field set as well. Field set. Should be there as well. Field set max width is 95. Field set. Field set is class radio group. We also want to change the button here. We'll change the button to be the submit of that as well. We also want to change the text area margin and that stuff. So there is like the field area, the legend. You want to change the legend, I guess? No, that doesn't work. Well, why doesn't it work? Why can't I change the width of that? So inside of our radio button thing, right, we have our radio group. Select from here. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, we'll change the button sizes, the radio buttons. Is let's go with 50%. Okay. We can get rid of the native buttons, so I think what we do is we do display none or empty or something like that, was it? And then what we do is we do border 3 pixels solid, and we can do 0.04589 border radius is 30 pixels maybe. Forgot how we styled these things in the previous thing. It was not long ago. How do we want to do this though? Okay, on the text areas, I think what we want on these ones, we want to do field sets, and we want to do these things. So we also want to do well, let me see something. If I get rid of this for a moment, and if I just get rid of this selector here, it looks like shit. Okay. We do know that labels, we want to have a font size a little bit larger. We also want the legend to be bigger there. I think with a field set border, we want something, right? We want field set. We actually want it to kind of like blend in a little bit here. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty slick. The width we want to be 80%. I don't understand why. Okay, but then the margin, we want 0 auto. There we go. Why is 95 too much? Why is 95 too much? So we have to change that so it kind of fits there. Yeah, how did they get it to work? How'd they get that to work? We want the label, the legend. We want write your motivation. Why do you want this job? I think we want like 10%, 15 pixels above and below. So we have a legend is increasing the margin on the legend. I think that's what we want. Label. For our labels, we do want to change label stuff. Label margin through 15 pixels. Up and down, and then auto that way. I think we did it as like 2% or something. There we go. Position is not lined up right, so the selector is not right with the width. Selector's not right, right? So we also want like a height to be a little bit more. So we want these to be 1.2 rem, I think. Well, that's for input selectors. Okay, so for input, we want that. So input, input, we want a height of, let's say, 1.2 rem. And for our field set, we want a height of, let's say, 1.2 rem as well. That doesn't quite work, does it? We want it to be a line height, right? So we want it to be font size. How are we adjusting the font size of with the field set? We want line height to be 80%. And then we want font size to be 50 pixels? No. This is radio group, isn't it? I think it's just radio group. Yes. So we can grab that by hitting radio group, flex direction row. So let's just move this up with the radio group stuff, because that's where we can be. This can all be part of this. So we change the border. Let me get a border radius. Okay. %10 of the container. Okay. So for some reason it doesn't work. If you do border radius, of 50%, that is wrong. Because the field set is actually getting it from the container. Yeah, I don't know, man. Let's just do 5 pixels like we were doing. And why did the 90%? There we go. Okay. What is this? The vertical align is not there. The video group. Radio button inputs. Let's make these, or what we should do, so for the input, we should have some padding inside of here. Up and down, there should be like 10 pixels of padding, and then 0 in the other. So that gets us there, and all input things should have a border radius. of 5 pixels. And then the position, the selector should also have a padding like this with select a position. Also inside of your input, select, button, and text area, all of these should have font families of caveat brush. There we go. Select proposition there. And why did the button now get all out of whack here? Buttons got all out of whack. Everything else inside of this container here should be that, so we want not an H1 element, and we want all of the stuff to be like that. Submit application, the button at the bottom. That's a type. Submit. Where do we have button? Did I select the button? Where'd the button go? Oh, here's button. Button should have a height of, let's say, or let's give it padding. That's what we were doing. Padding of 10 pixels. There we go. And we also want some margin around it. We also want padding on the container is what we want. Padding on the container. We didn't add padding on the container. So we'll increase that by 10 pixels all around. There we go. That's looking pretty good. The only thing is the center. Okay. The only thing is the field sets. Styling a field set is kind of being a pain in the ass here. Styling of a field set. Styling with CSS. Its display is blocked by default and establishes a block formatting context. If the field set is styled with an inline display value, it will behave as inline block. Otherwise, it will behave as block. By default, there's 2 pixel groove border around the contents and a small amount of default padding. If a legend is present, it is placed over the block start border. Legend shrink wraps and also establishes a formatting context. Well, what happens if inside of this, instead of flex, we did inline block? And that does that like that. The problem is I don't want it like that. Can I do inline grid? And then problem is with the vertical align is what we want to change here as well. The radio group input type is radio, and what we want to say is we want to change the vertical align to be the middle. No. Bottom. No. We get rid of this. We know that it's inline, right? So why does this not matter? Why does this not matter? Is it in here that we want that? No. It's down here. Inside of the field set, we have legend, we have input with a label and the input on the other side. So am I doing this correctly? We have input and then a label after that. Form. We have form and action. Interesting. What does the action do? Okay. Right, okay. But how the heck do you style this thing? How do you style this stupid thing? If I'm typing in here, does it like go to the next? So we're going. Okay, it does go all the way around. That's nice. Do you want to change the font weight here? Oof. But just regular bold. That's not good. 500? 400. I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine where it is. I don't really want to play around with anything else. But the thing is, like, what? How do I vertically align this stupid shit? Alright, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to, and let's see if we still pass. We do still pass. So I'm gonna submit. We're going to go to the next thing. And then what I'm going to do is just go back to here and just take a look at what we did for the styles here. Oops. So the submit button... We had that. What we did was we did a before thing and then the after. That's fine. I don't want anything else there. It's really like this other stuff. You know what? Let's just copy this shit and then bring it over. And there's this thing too. This that one do. Let's just copy that, and we'll just go back, and then we'll go back to our other thing. Job application form. What? 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 I can't reload? What happened to all the things? What happened to it all? What? Oh my god, no. You lost all of that? You lost all of that. All of that work. All of that work I just did. All of it. All of it. Really? Wait a minute. This can't be right. That can't be right. I knew I should have downloaded it. I knew I should have downloaded it. I knew I should have downloaded it. Oh wait, there it is. That's all of it? No, that's the other thing. No. No. We lost it all. I fucking lost it all. Oh gosh. Okay. Well, that's time. That's time to go. It was looking good. At least I have it like recorded visually. I can maybe go back and just copy that stuff. That's a fucking pisser. Fucking sucks. All right, let's see. What do we got here? Let's go to chatting here and chat here a little bit. So what did we do today? What did we do on this Tuesday? Let's see. Let's say we looked at CSS relative and absolute relative and absolute units review. We did that. We'll have the quiz on Thursday. Pseudo classes and elements. Lots of stuff. Lots learned today. A lot of new stuff entering my brain and flowing through my fingertips. Working with pseudo classes and pseudo elements in CSS. We learned what pseudo classes were. There's special CSS keywords that allow you to select an element based on its specific state or position. We learned the syntax. And we looked at some examples of element user action pseudo classes. I really don't know the distinction between a lot of these things. That's why we're going to take a quiz. We're going to review this stuff on Thursday and then take a quiz on Friday with this and do a quiz on the previous stuff on Thursday as well. User action pseudo classes in CSS are, well, let me see. Yeah, there's special keywords that allow you to provide feedback without needing JavaScript or other programming languages. Right, so it's like with the visited and hover and active like links and stuff. So you're visually indicating to the user that you're acknowledging their presence and their actions. Input pseudo class examples we covered. We looked at some location pseudo class examples. And wait, we're missing one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There was one more that we did that I can't remember. Functional pseudo classes. We're missing that. Okay. Tree structural pseudo class examples we looked at. We looked at location pseudo class examples. We looked at input pseudo class examples. We looked at some pseudo elements. User action pseudo classes. Location pseudo classes were used for styling links and elements that are targeted within the current document. My brain is just, a muddle of all this stuff. I'm going to need to decompress this and put it all back together in the future. But it's just a lot of stuff covered today. The target pseudo class selects an element that matches the current URL fragment identifier, like the hashtag section 1. It's very useful for pages with in-page navigation. I think we talked about breadcrumbs here. I can't remember. Tree structural pseudo classes allow you to target and style elements based on their position within the document tree. And the document tree refers to the hierarchical structure of the elements in an HTML document, of course. We had some functional pseudo classes that allowed you to select elements based on more complex conditions, and I tried to implement those in the last thing, but unfortunately, the free code camp didn't like that, as to pass that one section. One of the most interesting aspects of CSS is the use of pseudo elements. Pseudo means not real, so pseudo elements are virtual, synthetic elements that don't directly match any actual HTML elements. They allow you to style specific parts of an element or insert content without adding extra HTML. Pseudo elements allow you to style specific parts of an element's content or insert content before or after it, but they cannot exist independently. The element to which a pseudo element is attached is called its originating element. Lots of vocabulary learned here. Before lets you insert content just before the element's content, while after lets you insert content after it. There was some other stuff that I just want to add on to here. Yeah. I want to show the text file, yes, this here. I wonder if I can see what yeah, I can't. Can I open it up? Oh, it just opens it up in a thing. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, that's what we looked at. Oh, that's interesting. So. Okay. Okay. So that is day 8, and where are we? There we go. This is like the 3rd week so far, and we finally got through day 8. It took a while, but learning a lot already. So if you are learning like me, just remember that you can't learn it all in one day. You just can't. There's too much to learn. And, we'll probably never learn everything. But in 90 days, you might be able to learn quite a bit. So give it a shot, and I'll see you back here on Thursday for day 9. Ta-ta for now.